Hey, you want a s'more?
Some more what?
No, no, no. You want a s'more?
I haven't had anything yet, so how can I have some more of nothing?
You're killing me, Smalls.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Cheap Seat Critics podcast. I am one of your hosts, a geeky writer.
I'm cruising around.
And I'm Sprinks. And if you hadn't caught season 13 recap,
Oh,
uh,
I see what you did there. Good
yeah,
baseball
funny.
reference.
Yeah, it was kind of late on, a little thick. Welcome to what was it, Baseball Diamond, where we said we'd meet them, writer?
Yeah,
Um,
something like that, yeah.
yeah, season
I
14,
thought we were meeting at the Sandlot.
baseball themed. And if you're watching on the YouTube end of things, you can see that we have our PNG tubers decked out in baseball attire. But if you're not, and you're listening to wherever you're listening from, thank you for listening. If you'd like to follow for any updates or news that we are over on, oh boy, here's the list: TikTok, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, Letterbox. I believe we have a Reddit, maybe a Pinterest. Um, who knows? Possibly, I don't know if we're on Threads yet, or Blue Cloud, or those things. But hey, you go on the internet or whatever you have, you look up Cheap Seat Critics podcast, you'll find us somewhere. Thank you.
All right, well, today we're covering a classic. What is widely considered to be a classic. We're covering The Sandlot.
Two. Boom. Didn't
Funny.
expect that.
But, yeah, honestly, I didn't know there were sequels to this film, and I'm kind of happy I didn't, to be honest with you.
There's three of them, right?
uh, there's three of them in total. Yeah, I don't. There is a prequel in production, but I don't think it's
Of
been made
course.
yet.
A
What?
prequel to when they're
What,
toddlers.
Rugrats?
I don't know. There's a prequel. There's a prequel that's been in production since 2018. So
It's gonna be about Bill and his father.
No, it's gonna be about Elswenger.
Yeah. The missing kid.
um, so I guess let's go into our histories. Crimson, do you want to go first?
Alright. I guess I'll do an overarching history where I did play baseball as a child, a wee lad. Played 6 years, 6 or 7 years, one or two. And I played every position. But by the end of my time, I was a pitcher and a catcher, which is interesting, I suppose. Uh, and I sucked at batting. I went for power instead of actual accuracy. So when I did hit, I hit it, but I usually didn't hit it. Uh, but for
That's fair.
Sandlot in particular, uh, for the pod, I think that makes 3 times I've seen this now. It might even be just two, but I feel like I've seen at least parts a second time. But it wasn't like a big childhood film or anything. I saw this later in life, so I don't have the nostalgic tug of it. That's pretty
Yeah,
much it.
fair enough.
It's quoted fairly frequently within our circles.
Yeah, it's a very quotable movie. Speaking of quotes, Sprinks history on Sandlot and baseball.
Oh boy, baseball. Never really played it. A cousin of mine did, and I helped him with practice a couple times. That's about it when it comes to baseball. I was more of a soccer kid. And in terms of Sandlot, I've seen Sandlot, I don't know, maybe countless amount of time, over 30 times, I would say. It's a childhood classic of mine. Uh, I've seen a lot of baseball movies, and Sandlot's up there.
Yeah. I guess I'll go with my history. I have a similar history to Crimson actually. I played baseball for a couple of years growing up. Um, it was in order. I played baseball, basketball, uh, tennis, and then I just kind of stepped away from playing sports in a more like professional sense, I guess.
Or playing Madden games.
No. I watch other people play Madden games and laugh at them for it.
I don't know what that'd be
And
like.
then, um, then so I guess my positions, I was usually third baseman when I was playing the outfield, and uh, I was a good pitcher as well. I never really got to play catcher, even though that was the one I wanted to play. Um, but I had a lot of fun playing. I think my favorite spot was in the outfield because there was a bit of adrenaline if no one caught the ball on your side and you had to beat the person running around the bases. There was a lot of fun involved in that for me. Um, then uh, this movie has a lot of nostalgic attachment for me as well. Not to the degree of Sprinks, I haven't seen it that many times, but I'm definitely in the range of, I want to say maybe 9 or 10 that I've seen this film. It was a cult classic among my youth group when I used to go to church. It was something we used to watch annually while I was going there. They had a big party. Once we wound down from the pool party, we all gathered around to watch Sandlot, and that was my first experience of the film was with them. Um, and I remember having a lot of fun with it, and I decided to pick it for the pod more or less to see if it still holds up. Um, I guess with that, I can roll into some facts if all of you are interested.
I
Absolutely.
am indeed interested.
Yeah. Um, so all these facts are from the internet. Take it with a grain of salt. Yada yada. I don't have the standard facts this time, which is like budget or things like that. But it was directed by David Mickey Mick. I want to say David Mickey Evans, but it's probably uh Mulcahy Evans, judging by the L in there. Um, he came up with the idea for Sandlot after getting fired from his first movie, Radio Flyer. Um, so once they got the dailies for the movie he was working on, he got fired by the studio execs because they weren't happy with what he was doing. Um, so that's where this whole idea was born from. Um, the kids that are in the film had to attend a 2-week baseball camp. Well, I think that's pretty obvious because they can actually play the game at least somewhat.
That's true.
They
um,
can actually slide,
yeah, they can
which
actually
is kind of
slide.
a hard thing to start because, at least for me, it was a little I was a little nervous to do that.
Uh, I'm gonna be honest. I got right into it when I had to learn how to slide. It was yeah. It's definitely once you kind of get over the hump of trying to learn it, then it works better. I think it's just kind of one of those things that you have to get over the hump for. Um, the PF flyers that Benny wears when he's confronting the Beast were brought back thanks to the movie. They were a defunct sneaker brand, uh, probably because they were said to be guaranteed to make a kid run faster and jump higher. And the shoe was revived due to the film in 2001.
Wow.
I wouldn't mind a pair.
Yeah, actually, I wouldn't mind a pair either. uh, the Beast was sometimes two dudes in a dog suit. Uh, and because there are varying shots obviously where it's a real dog and there are varying shots where it's a puppet. I think it's very easy to tell the difference now that
What?
you're now that we're much older.
There was a puppet?
That's what I'm saying.
Oh, sorry, other
It
way around.
required
There was a real dog?
there it was required to have two full grown men in the giant dog costume when the it was the animatronic more looking stuff of the animal.
Yeah,
Um
the paw slam. Probably only needed one guy for that.
Yeah. The Dodger Stadium shoot only happened thanks to Tommy Lasorda. And I think I need to actually double check and see who that is, but I think that's the owner.
I recognize the name.
Uh, yeah, so do I.
But Crimson, you know who that is.
Yeah,
Oh,
he was
absolutely.
he was the baseball manager for the Dodgers. So
Yes.
No Don
otherwise
Zimmer.
yeah, it was very difficult for them to shoot there. So the only reason they got the rights to shoot there is because the director of photography had snuck them past security, and they found Lazarda sitting in his office in his underwear, who just allowed them to agree to film there.
Oh, lucky them.
Yeah, yeah. Uh, the actor who played Babe Ruth played the Tooth Fairy in Santa Claus movies.
Yeah, the Molinator.
Yeah,
Um,
a molinator.
uh, the director did not think they would get James Earl Jones for Mr. Myrtle.
That's
Uh,
believable.
so they were very surprised when they got him. Um,
Though he hates baseball, I believe.
does he? I didn't know that about James Earl Jones.
Yeah, he's not a fan.
I wonder why. I'll
Could
have
have fooled
to.
me.
Yeah, I guess I'll have to look it up. Uh, the real life Squints sued the filmmakers for outing him as a nerd. Uh,
Nerd.
obviously, he lost the case.
At, like, how old was he when he sued?
That's a good question.
Like right after the movie? Yeah, I mean,
Yeah. Evans' former classmate, who was seemingly the inspiration for Squints, sued the production, annoyed that his movie namesake was a big nerd, whereas he had subsequently gotten contact lenses and had fixed his teeth and put his nerd past behind him. That's Mike, right? The Squints in the film?
Squints Palladors.
Ye-
Yeah,
Probably.
I think so.
But in that context, I would be talking about an actor's name, not a character's name, wouldn't it?
In the
It
statement
said
that I
from
read?
my yeah.
No, no, I was asking if the Squints is Mike, the character, yes. I was
Oh,
asking if that's
if the
I'm
actor's
trying to
name is
put the
Mike.
name to the character for me.
Can you start that
Squint's
again?
actual name,
Start the statement
because
again.
that's a nickname.
Okay.
What was the
Evans'
fact?
former classmate, who was seemingly the inspiration for Squints, sued the production,
Ah,
annoyed that his movie's namesake was a big nerd.
okay,
And
okay. So
Squints is
Evans, that's the director, right?
yes, that's the
Okay,
director.
his classmate sued,
Yeah.
not the actual actor who played Squints.
Yeah. Not
There
the
we
The
go.
actual actor.
inspiration for Squints.
There we
Yeah.
go.
The actor is the real life Squints. That's how they worded it wrong. I agree.
Okay. You made it sound like the actor who played Squints sued for being depicted as a
Okay.
nerd.
That's fair. That's fair. Uh While shooting the notorious pool scene, Evans warned the young actor, "You keep your tongue in your mouth, understand?" Which is
Good
fair.
warning.
Hate for him to be drowned immediately after being saved, right?
Yeah.
Good amount of facts.
The Yankees awkwardly recreated a classic scene. I don't remember what classic scene it was, but I do remember seeing it a while ago. It was something they showed me in the youth group when I was hanging out with them. The baseball team from the Yankees ended up filming a scene to try and act it out
Scene.
for fun.
Was it the name calling? Was it Benny going back and forth between third and home?
Probably that.
Was it left
I
center
think
just
that
sticking
sounds
their hand
familiar.
up the whole inning? Like,
That would be funny.
Walking the ball to the pitcher.
Yeah. My last fact, which was kind of my first fact, that a prequel has been in development since 2018.
May it never come out.
all right, 6 years later, still don't really have
Yeah.
anything on it. I think we can put that in the in the ballpark of what was it, Pete's Dragon and Fly the
Well,
Navigator.
by the Navigator, yeah.
Or Pete's Dragon, was that brought up? I don't remember that. But Fly to the
No, I
Navigator.
don't think so.
I
Um,
don't think it was. Yeah.
and Kristen, I don't know if you said in the episode, but you brought up news about It's a Wonderful Life remake.
Yeah, and Wizard of Oz
Oh, and
are
Wizard.
both have
Oh.
remakes in the
Oh.
work. Uh, both of them directed by the same person, whose name I don't have on.
And set for a
But,
modern audience.
that is something they stated explicitly. So if you're into that, You're getting some good stuff coming.
Man, that's just I don't even wanna think about that, to be
It's
honest.
more coverage content for the pod.
That's true. Yeah. You know what? Their failings are our success. All right. Well, I guess with that, unless anyone has any facts they'd like to throw out about the movie themselves,
A secret fact? I have nothing.
Springs.
Well, I mean, you went over a fair amount of facts.
I mean, you can still
Um,
offer a couple of your own if you have
uh,
any on hand.
one, I get sure. I'll add one more. Every time a scene features Wendy Peppercorn, the song or a song by the group The Drifters is played between "There Goes My Baby" in the first, and then this magic moment at the pool scene.
Cool.
Mhm.
So they're both
I
shared by
guess
the
All
I did
right.
same
have.
band.
I guess I did have
Okay.
one
All
fact.
right, Crimson.
They used real baseballs.
I would never have been
Opposed
able
to
to tell.
fake baseballs.
Yeah, just letting you know. Throwing that out there as a fact.
Don't worry.
Someone
I'm
could have
sure
thought
that.
they were wiffle balls or something. You know?
Don't worry. They used a fake baseball. I'm sure for the losing the skin of the ball scene.
What else you want to touch on?
Um.
Authentic 1960s clothing.
They did do that right,
Yeah. They
but
did
I
a
feel like
pretty
that's an
good.
actual talking point. So,
Oh, okay.
uh,
I just want to bring out
All
more things that aren't fake in the film.
right.
they
All
did
right.
use real children. Can confirm.
All right. Well, I guess with that, we'll start with Act One. We're gonna be doing the act structure today. I figure we'll do popcorn. We'll bounce around the act as needed. But Act One will be from the beginning to where Smalls catches the ball and is accepted by the Sandlot crew.
Wonderful.
So, why don't you start us off, Springs? If you
Sure.
got a point.
The opening title of The Sandlot is Off Center. Anyone catch that?
No, at that point, I was putting bullet points on my
The
notes because
word
that's what I do.
"the" is not lined up with Sandlot, and the lot continues far more on the right of three letters of LOT versus SA on the left.
Well, I think
Dysfunctional, just like the team in the beginning.
it's dysfunctional, like all the characters. But uh,
Characters.
hey, some of them are characters.
There's
Don't.
a couple in there.
All right, we'll say that for later, I guess. uh,
One of the first things I caught.
fair enough. Crimson, you got a point.
Yeah, I'll go straight to the end of this act with the acceptance of Smalls. Um,
All right.
bugged me since the first time I've seen it. Why the heck everyone's like, "Whoa, this kid's some hot stuff." He closed his eyes and stuck his arm out and caught a ball and didn't do anything. I it's always annoyed me because they're like, "Whoa, we take back what we say. This is monument, uh, moment words, momentous occasion."
Oh, yeah, Crimson. It's more believable to the Sandlot crew that Smalls caught a pop fly than it is to believe that Benny has such perfect aim to hit it into the glove.
Uh, the people can be pretty acrobatic. My coaches were pretty accurate when they were batting. Yeah, I just
Yeah,
felt like everyone overreacted to the achievement. Uh, Instead of
I
like,
think.
all right, he caught one. Let's
Yeah,
continue on.
that's a fair
Like,
reading.
oh
I
my
think.
god,
Yeah, I think it's a fair reading. Most of my
we got a
interpretation of that
game
scene was
now.
that. Yeah, it was most of that was my interpretation of them like seeing Benny like because they all look up to Benny. So I think it was Benny's acceptance of him and him standing up for him. Is like everyone just kind of came around. And to be fair to the film, I actually do think that's what kids are like. You really only have to do like one thing to kind of be brought into like a group of kids, like when you're this young and you're all outdoorsy and social.
Uh, that's true. That can happen, but they all saw what he was doing. It's not like he legitly caught a ball.
Yeah,
uh,
And then he
I
so
think it would
threw.
have been.
I think the kids are smart enough to see what happened.
Yeah, I do think that it would have been. I think Hamilton should have been the outlier, or why did they call him
What?
Hamilton? I don't remember his fucking nickname.
Porter
He's the only
or
one that I
Ham.
didn't write a nickname down for. Ham?
I just
Yeah.
wrote him
Okay.
as Ham.
Yeah, I wrote him the same. I didn't even know the Hamilton. Uh, I didn't write the names of all these characters, so
Nor
No,
should you. Then
no.
no, not all of them needed
The
to
two
be.
that repeat each other, not mentioned once in my
well,
notes.
only one repeats, and that's Timmy, or Tom. Sorry, Tommy. Tommy repeat Timmons. Timmy's the older one.
Didn't write either of them down.
Timmy's the one that gets coated in dust.
Yeah. That pretty much was the only
Actually,
notable
yeah,
thing that
yeah.
happened.
Name off all
And
that you can. Name the 9.
starting there.
Okay, you got Timmy and Tommy. Who else?
All right. We got.
Ham.
Sorry. Did you want to finish? You can finish yours. I wrote them
Oh,
all down.
we can
So.
alternate. Oh well, that's cheating then.
No, I don't. That's not cheating. I took notes.
I think he was going off our knowledge.
So yeah, let me just pull up the cast list. Wow, big challenge.
I even have the stepfather's name.
Benjamin F. Rodriguez. Well, I know Bill. Bill's pretty random. But Bill's more of a character than him and whatever the other one he just said.
Alright,
Wait,
I
you
guess
say
without looking at
Bill's more of a
without
character
looking.
than Benjamin? Than
Yeah, well,
No,
Benjamin
no,
Franklin?
Tim.
Oh, then Tim.
No,
Okay,
then Tim and the
well,
brother or whatever.
Timmy and Tommy.
Yeah.
all right. Well, I guess without looking at my notes, we got Mike.
Mike Squints Palladors.
Yep.
I'll go with Bertram.
Or
Yeah,
alternating
we're pretty
currently.
much at my cap now.
Okay. All right. We got
Bertram the
Scotty.
fart sniffer.
We got Kenny. And I think that's it for me in terms of names I can remember off the top of my head.
I'm sure
Spencer
one of
trying to
those
clean
two
up.
is Yeah Yeah. I know their
No,
nicknames. Oh no.
none of them were yeah. Uh, Kenny is the pitcher, and
Oh yeah.
Scotty is the main character.
Oh, Scotty Smalls. Gotcha.
Yeah. You don't
Sorry,
know
I
the name
went
of the
by
main
nicknames
character?
for like all of them.
We were yeah. Well, you asked us what their names were, not their
That's
nicknames.
true. You got past the trick question.
Um,
Good job.
all right. I think I had a sort of a kind of a half criticism, I guess, of the narration. At least at the start here, I think it. I like the idea of what they're going with here in concept. They're mixing the relevant baseball knowledge you need to know for the movie, giving you a bit of like history behind the game itself, while also talking about the main character's new state of living and state of mind. But I think they kind of came on a little too heavy-handed with like the character referring to himself because I think we could have picked up like his parents, the standing between him and his stepfather without him needing to obligatorily state that. That came across to me as a little more heavy-handed narration than we needed. Even though it's going to be narration is going to follow us for most of the film, it's just yeah for that
Would
one.
you consider that an objective issue or just an observation where it's
Yeah, that's what I was
getting
going to
there?
ask. I'm not sure if it is an
I,
objective issue. I think it's approaching one.
yeah, I
Um,
don't think it is a problem,
yeah.
but
With
I can agree, slightly heavy-handed.
I have an
I don't think
objective
it's a
issue
problem.
kind of on that for me is
All right.
the narrator of older Smalls narrating throughout the movie is not done by
Different
the
than the end
actor who
guy.
is older than Smalls. It's the director.
Well, we don't know
That's not an
uh,
objective issue then.
that we don't know the age of narrator Malls. He could be 80.
That is true. We don't
Your
know the
your
age.
voice can change.
Is that an objective issue?
The age thing?
It could be a continuity error if the narrator is supposed to be the
That's
same
true.
age as announcer, but
Oh.
we don't
That's
know
how
the age of the
I've
narrator.
always
So
took it, is that the Smalls we see at the end of the film is the age of the narration.
yeah, but we get nothing
That
that
would be fair.
confirms that. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
But my issue with it is even still, it's not the same person.
Well, I mean, there's certain levels. Like you could have a kid actor play an adult person, and their voices obviously wouldn't match. So if narrator's older, he would have a different voice as well. I'm going off of we don't know the narrator's age, so that's what I'm going with on that.
Okay, the age for the film or the age of the actual person as the narrator?
The character, the narrator being Smalls. We don't know how old he is narrating this.
Okay,
He could be
then
telling
maybe it
this
is an
story to his
age.
grandkids as an old person. He could be telling this to some people at the stadium or something. I don't know.
Okay, I'm not gonna go with he's a grandparent.
Yeah,
Doesn't sound
lack the
old.
evidence. I mean, you can be old and not sound super old.
That's true. My issue with it is that older Smalls shown actually speaks and has a voice, but they didn't choose to go with that voice.
I mean, older Smalls is like in his 20s or
Oh,
low
he's older than
30s.
that. What?
Yeah, upper 20s, low 30s.
Okay, and how does that change the narration bit?
That gives a lot of time for other Smalls to be like 50 or 60, at which point you could have a different voice
So
and not
the
sound
story
ancient.
So to you, the story of Smalls in 5th grade of the summer of 62 is said by the version of him that possibly is 50 or above, and the ending bit of showing him at that age of late 20s is just another part of his life to continue. So if like it continued from there, there's a whole nother 20 plus years of narration before you get to the possible age of the narrator of Smalls.
Saying
That's your
that's
timeline
possible.
site?
I'm saying that's absolutely possible.
Yeah, there's
There's
not really
nothing
anything
that doesn't
disputing that in the
disprove
film.
that. So it's definitely possible. And I was going to bring this up later, but might as well now. Is Smalls the main character or Benny?
Benny, I would say Smalls is the POV character. Whether necessarily attributes him as the main character as a result of that, I guess is up for debate.
I could say it's both.
They are the centerpiece of the film, the two of them.
Mhm.
I'm more inclined to say it's both.
I might lean a little more Smalls because we're introduced to Benny through Smalls, and we're starting off as audience perspective of Smalls at the start.
It's also kind of through the lens of Benny's introduction to Smalls, where he's like, "This is the story of the Sandlots," and uh, he didn't say that. But that's I'm paraphrasing what the whole starting is
I'm gonna be
about,
honest. We
and
see Benny first before we
my
see Smalls.
acceptance into the group.
Do we?
We see, yeah, we do. He's the baseball guy at the very beginning who's going between the bases while the song's playing in the opening.
It's true.
Oh,
We
kid
see
version.
Benny before we see
Yes.
Smalls.
When all the kids
We
run on the
see
field
we
during
see
a
this
open
20-year-old
game,
version of Smalls at the beginning of the film in the credits.
Oh yeah, I was gonna ask, was that supposed to be the older version of Smalls?
Oh, I believe it is because it goes into the office and then zooms in on the photo.
Yeah, I guess that
probably.
was juxtaposed with the ending. That would be older Smalls, huh?
Yeah, probably. How old?
I'm gonna say
I don't know.
37.
37. Too bad there's no year on the stadium or anything.
No. It also
I
helps not just look
guess
at
they didn't win the
Smalls'
World Series that
age,
year.
but you're also looking at Benny's age.
Yeah, isn't Benny a little older than Smalls? Like that was the point of that. Like
Yes,
by
he is older.
That really helps. Let's go with 31.
See, the average age of a baseball player is 29.
Yeah, I'll go
Professional
with
baseball player,
31.
which is in line with my upper 20s, lower 30s thing I pitched. Ah,
yeah,
pun intended. Semi later.
semi. Sprinks, you got a point? You wanna?
Yeah, who's this? Well, first off, the bat hit of Benny's introduction at the beginning, in time with the music at 2 minutes and 2 seconds. Nicely done. Um, but who is this first team they're playing against on the Sandlot?
Oh, that's not the Sandlot. That's the school.
Oh, that's the school grounds.
Yeah, like before they get out of school. That was the whole point. The whole point of the story is that he joined like the last week of school, so he didn't make any friends.
Well, Smalls did. Yes, I mean the Benny going between bases and the whole team standing up.
Yeah, that's a baseball diamond at the school, which is why
Gotcha.
it's full.
Okay. So that's not necessarily a team. That could have just been a group of school kids they
Yeah.
just played against.
Could be during recess or something.
Yeah, the interpretation I get is supposed to be it's during recess on one of the last days of school.
Okay.
At my school, you didn't really have baseball bats and stuff for recess, but 60s, who knows? I don't know. I'm sure that
Let's
was
see.
probably available.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. We
You had
had
archery back then in school.
yeah, that's true. Man, schools have really gone down.
Yeah, I would have loved to have done archery.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, we had racquetball courts in my school, one of my schools, and they all like they didn't give us rackets or tennis balls. We had to bring our own stuff, which was like really weird because it like they weren't supplying us all the PE stuff that to use everything, which is it was just weird. Uh, I think they had basketballs, and that was pretty much it, which is a shame.
Basketballs and rubber dodgeballs before they banned those.
Yep,
The generational change of seeing exercise equipment as weaponry.
Yeah.
blame Lord of the Rings for that one. um, all right, Crimson, you got a point?
Do. Uh, so why did Benny have an extra glove?
Good
Did he
question. I have
did
the
he
same note.
just assume he wouldn't have a glove,
I
even
think
though
Benny
he
just.
saw him with a glove already?
I
It's
think
not
Benny
really
took.
normal to carry an extra glove with you during
No, I
bases.
think Benny saw how terrible and plastic and shitty that like glove was, and so he gave him, one of his spares. So
But he did it
there is a
with knowledge of beforehand of seeing the glove.
yeah, he did. He saw the plastic glove that he was using earlier when the ball hit him in the head.
Pretty far though.
Well, he also saw him when he walked up to his house. He invited him to join the Sandlot.
All right, is that the same? And unfortunately, I'm gonna go into the next act just barely. Is that the same reasoning why Benny had two hats?
Well, he explicitly says that one of his old hats is the old one he used to wear. So I assume they are. He just got Benny's hand-me-downs.
Well, yes, but is that the reason why Benny is carrying two of equipment on him to give to Smalls in the moment, rather than saying, "Hey, let me go get it at my house," which is literally across the road?
Yeah, I think Benny just wants to make a friend and drag their eighth person into the Sandlot so they can have a full team. Um, the glove I can justify more than the hat because there's a thing about gloves. As someone who played baseball, I think you should know this too, Crimson. It is better to have a glove that's broken and worn and
Oh
used
yeah.
than it is to have a new one. So I assume that's why Benny keeps a lot of his old stuff lying around. I can justify the glove giving more than I can give the hat because the hat's still more. It's not as necessary or required, other than the fact
No,
that it wasn't a baseball hat.
I don't have a problem that Benny owns a second glove. It's the fact that he had it on him to give at
Yeah,
that
that's
moment.
that's where I'm
That's
leaning
the
with
problem I'm
Crimson
having
here.
with it.
That he had this
Am
stuff
I?
already on his person in the instance. But Ryder, you're saying that Benny had that already planned to begin with before initiating conversation with Smalls in both circumstances?
I would definitely say the second one. I don't know the first one. He would have had the chance to see the terrible plastic glove he was using, and then he probably would have got a second because he picks him up the second day, right?
Yes, but he already has the glove on him. He doesn't like talk to
Yeah.
Smalls, say, "Give me a
At that
moment,"
point, he
go
at that
home, grab the glove, and come back to give it to him.
yeah, at that point he could have grabbed it, knowing that he was gonna make him come along. So the first time, I don't think he had the spare one. The second time, I think he would. He's like, all right, well, the kid wants to play with us, so may as well get him a broken in glove, so he's not stuck with the plastic. And that for me is perfectly fine. I don't need an explanation for that.
Maybe I'm forgetting the first interaction. He Did he have a close interaction with Smalls on the first interaction on the field?
Oh no, Smalls tries to throw it back, gets laughed at, and runs off.
And
They
leaves.
don't really
Yeah.
talk at all. I mean, they don't talk.
They don't talk at all. Yeah.
So it seems like a bold assumption on his part that he would be able to convince this random kid, assuming he has a cruddy glove from the distance he saw him at, and was willing to give him, a complete stranger, one of his gloves. Whether it's an old glove, still, it's still giving it away.
What helps a
These kids have to
little,
scrounge up 97 cents to get a ball all the time.
what helps a little is knowing that Smalls would be their ninth. So it's more of like an initiative to get that last person, then you're done and got a full team. So the glove bit, I can understand if Benny already knew that going in to get Smalls to join, of like, hey, here's a gift, I got a glove for you, rather than just carrying an extra glove on him every time he goes to the Sandlot. The hat, however, is after they played the game, and he had the hat on him the entire time they played. The hat thing is weird to me.
Yeah, the hat thing I agree is weird. You're not gonna have me defending that. I guess back to your point, Crimson. Do you have an issue with the fact that he just gave the glove away now?
No, no, not necessarily. I was just trying to pile stuff on. My that's not my core issue with it.
Okay. So the core issue with you is that he
He just
still
has it on him, to
yeah.
give in the first place. Yeah,
Okay.
So, Crimson, you're leaning on that when he went to talk to Smalls, he didn't already plan on giving a glove.
correct.
Okay.
Because he didn't go home first, right? He just went
I
to
don't,
Small's place.
No, he went home first and picked him up the next
yeah,
day.
that's the
There's a
start
day
of the
there's a
morning.
day
Well,
between the
that's
2.
what the hat, right? I'm talking about
No.
No, 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 no.
the
So
glove.
the glove is Smalls is outside on the porch with a black eye, and Benny's walking
Okay.
up to him from his house to invite him to the
He'd
Sandlot.
already this is after he, like, failed his practice with his dad. So there was a whole
Yeah,
day transition between when he was at the Sandlot, got hit with the ball, came home, wanted to practice with his stepdad, and then Benny came and picked him up and gave him his
that
spare
morning,
glove
the next morning.
that morning.
Because
So
then
there was
they're
a
all
whole
like, "It's
day
9
between.
a.m. Come on, Benny, go to the Sandlot." But then Benny had the hat on him the entire time of the day, and when he dropped Smalls off at home, that's when he gave the hat.
Yeah. I have an issue with the hat. I don't have an issue with the glove, obviously.
Okay. If he came from his house, I guess I'm fine with that. For some reason, I was thinking he came from
Oh, it
from
came
the
from the
field.
Sandlot to
Yeah,
okay. Yeah,
but if he came
no,
from
that
his
would be fair.
house, that makes more
Yeah,
sense to me.
not from like
Yeah.
8:30 in the morning.
I mean, they play every day, all day.
Well, that's true, but when they leave the drugstore,
But
they're all
at this
complaining that
point,
it's 9 in the
yeah,
morning.
I'm,
Um,
I'm fine with the glove now.
all right. What did you guys think of the mother's first interaction with Benny and
Marion?
how she
Yeah, Marion.
sure. Um, I wrote her down as mother in my notes. Um,
Well, Indiana
Sorry,
Jones,
Indiana Jones.
Marion,
That's Marion.
you would be
the
right.
actress.
I
Yeah,
didn't recognize her. But yeah, what did you think of Marion? I guess, and
Sweet.
with
pretty
oh
blunt, but
the smalls. Yeah,
nice.
I came. So it's very blunt. I'm not sure if I like the scene. I think like I understand the intention behind it, but it might just be that like I understand because she's annoyed with her Scotty's contraptions because he builds contraptions, which is set up for later, pretty much more or less. Um, and it annoyed. His mom gets hit in the face with it, and I think that lends to why she wants him to get out and like play with friends and make friends. Um, but I don't know. The scene was a little off to me, though. I guess I understand the intention behind it. I just don't know. I just want to get your thoughts on it because I wasn't sure.
One of the things I wrote for that scene was the his machine's a better thrower than he is.
That's true. It's funny.
But yeah, I think the mom's a bit blunt, but I don't think to a part where it would be an issue.
Okay.
Uh,
Yeah. Like I said, it might just be me, and it's a little like I said, I thought it was just a little bit off, but I do think it's okay. So,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
know, it
you
might
could
have
argue
just been me.
maybe it's a little rushed because uh, it's a kind of a dump of stuff there, but that's not inherently a bad thing. I think.
Yeah. That
I
might be
think
what
it's
my
fine.
inclination is for that. Sorry, Springs.
No, it's okay. I think it's fine because I believe that she's seen Smalls, Scotty go through this before. He's been in his room all of a summer before, making no friends. So she's, new place, new start, new ground, trying to like initiate him to go out there, like, get some dirt on your pants, get into some trouble, not too much trouble, but
Hop a fence.
yeah, do
Da,
something,
da,
get
da,
out
da.
there. I think she'd be, you know, a little mad, but it's like maybe a little proud if the cops called.
He killed someone.
Okay,
I'm so
well, I
proud
didn't
of
say
him.
murder.
Yeah.
Hey,
She
that's a
as she
crime.
as she says, not in too much trouble.
That's subjective, though. What's too much trouble?
Too much trouble? Murder.
Is breaking into a jewelry store too much trouble?
Probably.
Is
Break.
tripping an old lady too much trouble?
Now we're tackling on our own morals here now. So
Yes,
trying to think like if they had to break into the drugstore to get a ball or something.
Um,
that would
I could
probably be
see
too
that.
much.
Probably too much. I could sort of see they would have to make a story justifying it, pretty much, because the story never needed to go that direction. As we learned, they scrounge around for their 98 cents all the time to get a new ball when they need it.
That's true. They get enough change.
Uh, all right. Yeah, I just wanted to get other opinions on that because there was a I don't know there was something a little odd to me about that scene, but I think it might have just been the very expedited info dump. But again, I don't
Yeah,
view that as an objective problem. So,
yeah,
all
I
right.
agree. It's not the best executed scene,
Yeah. Uh,
but it's not a poor scene.
it does a good job of characterizing the mother very well. Because we don't get much characterization for the parents, Smalls' parents, but the what little we do have them, I think they're very well characterized.
Yeah.
Uh, all right, Crimson, you got a point you'd like to jump to?
Yes, the dog, the
The beast
beast.
that makes troll noises. Yeah.
Well, it makes all kinds of noises.
The dinosaur
Uh,
king.
Hercules. Yeah, this is gonna lend to one of my questions about the movie for you guys, but I'll let you go first, Crimson.
well, for some reason, I remembered the dog looking more real. Even though, like I said, I didn't see this as a kid, so I didn't have like the childhood lens like they kind of hint at towards the end here. But I remembered it just looking better.
Yeah,
I
there's
wish I knew the
very
budget so I could actually tell if this was in line or not of if it was well made for its budget, roughly.
let's see. It was made off of 7 million USD.
Of
I don't know
1983.
if that's. Yeah, I
Yeah,
don't know if that's.
that's been acceptable budget probably. Without knowing how they allocated the
Yeah,
budget,
I don't know the allocated funds, but that's where it's
They
at.
spent $1 million in fireworks.
they could. I mean, they used CG.
They did. Uh, yeah, no, I get that. I have something related to the dog. I guess I'll go off my question for you guys.
Yeah.
Is this a so like is this retelling from a child's perspective? Like I viewed it. It has a bit of a twinge of an unreliable narrator to me in a good way. I think like it's what exaggerates all the childlike experiences of like how why they see the dog as the beast rather than just a dog.
That's the weird thing that I was going to hold off to the end, but since it's
Oh,
brought up,
since I
might as well
brought it up.
talk about it. Um, is the reveal that it is just a dog? It's not a beast. It's a standard dog, and we were seeing it through the lens of the kids. But once uh, Benny gets the pep talk He's like it's like he's grown up essentially, I guess. That's how I read it into it. But then every kid kind of just sees it as a normal dog at that point as well. Well, I didn't like it. It didn't fit for me. The whole reveal.
You didn't like the unreliable narrator kind of twinge to it, or
Well,
did you
no,
like
because I
the
didn't see it as
unreliable narrator
consistent.
twist?
I like the
Oh,
idea of it, but I feel like in execution it wasn't good.
hmm. I guess
Because
I'm
I like the
thinking.
idea of us seeing it through the kids' eyes of it being a monster and then it just being a normal dog all along. But it really changes a lot of the film once you realize, oh, it's just a normal dog who chews up erector sets and chucks them over fences and does a bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, it's yeah, that to me was part of like the I guess the exaggeration with regards to the kids because it's able to chew through metal and stuff like that. Um, all
Well,
right,
the thing is, if it was a normal dog all along, their plans would have worked. It wouldn't have been a problem.
yeah, that's
But
true.
it had to be a beast for the so those plans not to work.
Yeah. So, which is why I'm going to ask the unreliable narrator question: is this how he just tells the story?
Without knowing his motives as a narrator, I don't know.
Sprinks, got anything you'd like
I've
to add to this?
never viewed the film as a retelling story of Smalls of that summer. Much like when
How,
Squints tells the kind of the story of the beast, I don't see the rest of the film as a such retelling story.
what? How?
It's clear.
Because
Okay.
so do you see
Continue
this
with the
as
thought. I want to hear more.
Like
okay? Yeah.
the story of the Sandlot being shown is real to that age of Smalls. Like we're just watching it with a narration over it. I'm not saying it is like the narration is telling of a story much like Squint's telling of a story, which is how you're explaining it.
Oh, okay. No. You're so you have you know we share the similar idea. Yeah, we view the film as the perspective from the children, right? That's what
Yeah.
that's why the children see the beast as this monster, more or less. Am I getting this right, Springs?
Yes.
Okay. Where we differ then is that I guess well again this is again a question to the unreliable narrator. Crimson is pointing out the inconsistencies with regard to that point of view. And my question to response to that was, is this a story from the narrator in that sense of because of all the narration that takes place over the film, is this how he just tells the story? Like the beast was able to break all these contraptions and stuff like that. They didn't necessarily do that while they were kids to that extent, but that's how he saw what they did as kids, was my question.
I guess that plays more sense into it. Of like thinking back, like, older Smalls thinking back, retelling the story and being like, when I was a kid, I remember like our contraption went like 20, 30 feet up in the air over the fence. But to a child's perspective, that's what it looked like. And us as the audience watching it is what it looks like. So it is in the
Yeah.
sight of a kid, which makes a lot more sense.
Okay.
But I've
Yeah,
never,
uh,
in all my times, I've never viewed the film like that. I've never watched the film going, this is a story being told by Smalls' perspective of what happened that summer. I've always watched
Um,
it as this is Smalls in that summer, and it's just being narrated from his older self.
yeah, because I mean, because the it might again it might just be us mixing up how you're phrasing things again. So, like for me, the way you're telling how you always saw the film, so I like there's a lot of fantasy elements regarding like the beast and stuff like that. Because a lot of the film is very grounded outside of stuff like that, where things get a little more imaginative. Um, and the dream that Benny has, even though he's not really a POV, but that's just how Benny told the story to everyone that he got visited by the great Bambino.
Yes. So the the dream of Benny's and the story of Squints, those two things to me fit in of like two separate things because one's a story being told like campfire story, and the other one is a dream instance that happened the night before. Those to me are separate from the Sandlot story, but it is being told by Smalls, as you're saying, and that's just something that's never clicked for me. So seeing, the contraption leap 20 feet in the air, watching the film, like the beast literally leapt it 20 feet up in the air. That is what is being shown. Not as this is a story of how Smalls the kid saw it go about 20 feet up in the air to the eyes of him that is retelling the story of how he saw it. When in reality, maybe it went over the fence.
Yeah.
Well, I guess with that, how did you view the real dog then? Was that not a reveal to you? Did you think that was more like a practical thing where they couldn't have the big dog chase him, so they just used a real dog? Is that how you saw that?
A bit, yeah. The fact that they show the puppeteer dog to me shows that the beast can do such a thing and be such a thing. Almost like a Hulk situation. Like it can get so aggressive that it can just like grow and destroy things because that's what's shown.
Hmm. Okay.
Another instance to me of a thought is like the beast and Hercules are two separate beings. But then again, I don't think we really see until Benny jumps the fence Benny's point of view on the beast. It's always being in a scene with everyone else of the Sandlot group.
Yeah, which is, I guess that kind of goes to back to what Crims was saying about the inconsistency in the supposed like fantastical elements that surrounded the beast. It's just now just a plain dog.
Yeah.
Um, yeah. All right. Well, I'd be curious to get your thoughts on the film after you rewatch it. And I guess through that lens from us, I suppose, or me. Um,
Well,
but that's
yeah, I've seen the movie a plenty amount of times that I can see and picture what it means.
yeah,
And in that case, I totally believe Smalls is the main character then, because the whole story is through Smalls and of talking of Smalls' experience, not of
yeah,
Benny's. Like the
yeah.
retelling even of the dream that Benny has would be of what Smalls heard Benny tell him.
Yeah, that's one of my how I describe this film is that Smalls is the POV character, and he's telling a story about Benny, if that makes sense.
That's that's how I saw it, which is why I posed the question
Yeah.
because it's an interesting dynamic.
Well,
Okay.
all right. Sprinks, did you have a point you'd like to hop to?
Um, let's see here. The comically slow ball fall on Smalls when he gets hit in the head, which gets played twice.
Yeah. Is it the same shot that's played twice, or is it the just the? Because I know exactly what you are thinking
Oh,
about the
I didn't
slow
double
fall.
check. It could be the same.
I wasn't sure, to
And
be
now
honest.
that you mention it, I don't know.
All
I
right.
didn't pick up
No,
on
no,
it.
Yeah,
no,
I
no,
don't
no,
Yes.
neither of us knows.
know. Shoot, because if it was, I would knock that.
Yeah, I
Well,
think they are. I think they're the same shot. It's not too bad because they're very short.
Yeah, it's the
Like if
same
it was a
lineup shot, but if
lingering,
it's the same ball. I mean, if it didn't go over the fence, so it would make sense they played with the same ball. I don't know.
something to
Then
think
again,
about, I
yeah, then
guess.
again, this film does do things where it does two things in one, and I don't know if it's stronger because of it. For
Like
example,
they do beats of two instead of
yeah,
three, like a
when
standardized thing. Yeah.
well, even three, I think three would be too much for this film, unless they did it in a clever way. For example, when Scotty is playing catch with Bill or learning to play catch, and he runs up and gives the ball in his hand because he doesn't throw it. That's funny in that scene. When he does it again at the Sandlot to Kenny, it doesn't hit as hard as it did because we've already
Well,
seen him do that.
yeah, it was more well for the second part when he's running it to Kenny. I view that as more of him socially ostracized. Like he's just different from all them because he doesn't know how to play.
I think it would have been better and more of a comedical sense if it was only the Kenny one, and the one with Bill had the rolling. Because he doesn't roll the ball twice. It's the rolling bit, which is with Bill, which I think is the stronger part of that scene than the running the ball twice. Because the second time to me doesn't hit as strong because we've already seen it.
All right. I have I got another fact for us because I think since we're on the topic of at least somewhat of the father, I have no idea why the stepfather is playing catch with him overhand, trying to teach him.
Versus underhand?
Well,
Yeah, when you're teaching someone to play catch for the first time, you never throw overhand. You throw underhand. It's like some of those basic shit.
Is it
So I don't know if he's ever had to teach somebody how to play catch before, or I mean, you definitely get a sense of awkwardness about the whole thing.
do you think that just
But
helps with that scene then?
um, no, unfortunately, I don't think it does. It bothers. It's very. It's such like a ingrained basic thing that I, as someone who knows and loves baseball as much as the stepfather evidently does, when you're teaching someone to play catch, you would know to never throw underhand because it's much harder to control the force of the ball
Well, in
when
this case,
you're
I got a history question. When was softball invented? Because that's underhand pitching, right?
that's a different technique. That's a different underhand.
I'm trying to think
Because
in
in
terms of
softball, you have to
baseball.
wind your arm and then chuck it.
Yeah,
yeah, you're
but is there
winding your arm in
terms of
there.
baseball practice at all to use underhand?
No, no, no,
I mean,
no, no.
I
It's where
I
it's just starting out, so it's not necessarily baseball practice. This is your once they're able to catch the ball, then you could start spreading out, then throwing overhand and stuff like that. Because right now you're just trying to teach them to
Okay,
keep
and
the eye on the ball. You're keeping it close and just teaching them hand-eye coordination, pretty much.
yes,
That's why
but
you
to
do
you, Ryder,
underhand first.
it's common sense to start that way, opposed to Bill at
Yeah,
this time is oblivious to that to play baseball how baseball is played, which is overhand.
well, this brings up a question I was going to ask at some point. Did Bill do it on purpose to get out of it? Because
I
he gave him a black eye. That there's actual power behind that. Um, and I don't fully agree with the underhand thing because you can throw a overhand in a lob, which is pretty user friendly for a new person lobbing a ball. Uh, but he was actually throwing it, and enough force to give him a black eye. I think he just wanted out.
softball was invented in 1887. Um,
Oh yeah, they could have underhanded.
uh, I would disagree. Well, I mean, I disagree. Just because again, it might just be me attaching personal memories to like being taught how to play catch, but I would never start out overhand at all. Especially when you're so close and like in a tucked backyard. When you're in a park, go for it. You have distance to go. But when you're like in a small backyard like this, no. Especially when they're just starting out. Because the thing is about like even when you're trying to lob it overhand, that's still going to be more difficult for them to catch. Now, if we're adding into the fact that he just wants to get out, um, that really that really colors Bill, doesn't it?
It does. I mean, I've always viewed it as that just the fact that he got a black eye out of it because
I mean, he did have to
I
get
played
motivated
baseball.
by the mom
uh,
to take Smalls out.
Yeah, like I said, I played baseball, and I did get a black eye playing baseball, and I got hit way worse than that, and wasn't nearly as a black guy, which people
Yeah,
bruise
it's
differently, of course, but
Two Blues differently,
the
and also
of
this
what
is
we
the
see,
also movie magic is how he got the black eye.
yes,
To be
I guess
honest
it's
with you,
just the makeup department just going wild.
they went wild,
they went
but
wild.
we have to
Or
add that within context of the universe because that's how they depicted the black eye. So I can see Bill doing it. He doesn't really care for the kid until the end once he gets a better ball, once he gets
um,
something out of
Is
it.
that really
it's
caring
still
about the kid or the ball?
That's my
He got
point.
an upgrade.
I think that bolsters the point of him just wanting out of this.
I don't know if I see it that way. I think I see it more of just like I think it's just more of the constant misstepping. Like they don't know how to connect.
If Bill wasn't for having Scotty, he would have never been with the mom.
That's not necessarily true. I mean, there's a lot of guys that get married to women and not like their kids.
Yeah, don't be
That
such a suck up.
absolutely happens.
Yeah, yeah. Don't be a dick. Shocker.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know if I can. I don't know if I would go that far. I think it's just they don't know how to connect because the stepdad agrees. They just don't like the conversation isn't carried past that to like a let's set a date and time. Like
I mean, even
there's
before that, Scotty asked him himself, and he was like,
he
"Yeah,
said
yeah, at
he
some point I'll do it, whatever."
yeah,
And
well
nothing
no
comes of it.
he says sure. He looks at him and smiles and then he puts the ball up. So there is an element of like there's an awkward misstep between their relationship. Like you can feel that it's not strained, it's just awkward. And then if I'm gonna take this into account where he just fucking throws the ball at Mock's speed to give him a black eye, um, that adds an element of cruelty that makes me think like so. I'm guessing you see him, that you don't really see this awkwardness. You see it as he just doesn't like him at all.
Doesn't like or just doesn't care about him. He saw his time more valuable not playing catch with him.
Okay,
That's how I saw it.
then how do you read his goodbye scene? Then this is jumping ahead, but then how do you read his goodbye scene when he's going off on his business
The
trip?
you're the man of the house,
Yeah.
and it's pretty simple stuff. But
An easy part to that is
there is more care.
he's within
I'll
earshot of
grant
the
that.
mom.
No, the mom's in
That
the
is
car.
true. Well, earshot, yeah. You can hear through a car window.
Yeah, but they're
Uh,
not yelling. It's much she's in the sitting in the front of the car.
Ryder, I
I'm not
totally
saying
believe she could hear them.
I mean, too.
alright, okay, I won't push back on that.
Um, so he could just be putting on a show. I don't think he is. I don't think he hates him. I just think he doesn't care
Tolerates them.
for him. Yeah, it's like I like your mom. I don't have to like you, but I'm not going to be completely terrible to you. But I do value myself more.
I think to be fair, I don't like I said, I don't view it as a cruel aspect, I just see it as awkward missteps. The only part that I was, like, a little off to me is when he uses a frozen meat slab for the black eye, because that's supposed to be dinner.
That's fine. It just gets cooked.
I mean, you could push that towards the him actually caring for him part that he cares more for him than his food.
But again, it's with the mom present. I feel like the mom being present
We
has a
don't
lot
get
to
much Bill
do
in the mom.
changing with the mom.
We get no Bill and Mom. That's it.
Yeah, pretty much just the play ball with him. I don't have time. Play ball with him. All right, 30 minutes. That's all we really get.
Uh, so are I guess, what are you leaning on Springs for that?
What was the initial thing of it? Of like that Bill wants to get
But
out of playing ball with Scotty?
that was my proposal. Ryder doesn't see it that way. So, which way are you leaning?
I see no, he didn't want to just get out of it. In that scene of playing catch, he didn't want to get out. I'll say that. I think it's not a main priority, and it's much like the Babe Ruth ball is just sitting up on the shelf, uh, spending time with Scotty because I think we don't know how long Bill's been. No, we know how long Bill's been the pitcher. It's brought up when he's introduced through Scott. It was like a couple months or something, right? He said
Um,
his dad died when
it-
he was young, and Bill's been in the pitcher for a couple months.
I think it
yeah,
was a few months or to a year, something to that effect. I
Okay,
don't
because
remember the
they definitely
exact time.
mentioned it.
if
I
it's
didn't
been
write
a
that
few
down.
months, then Bill has not experienced a summer of Scotty being indoors the whole time.
Yeah. That's true. This might be their first summer together, quote unquote, as a family.
Yeah, he doesn't know Scotty's like summer of playing ball or how much he is into baseball, if at all.
Presumably, they're still just trying to get to know each other's tendencies and stuff like that.
Yeah, he's too new to the picture of it. But we do know Bill is a businessman. He's working at the table before asking for a break. Then he has to go on his week-long vacation, which is a slight issue I have later with the dialogue thing. But it just seems he's a little swamped with work and just doesn't set a time aside as a priority for Scotty. That's why I said when the mom's present, it's a motivation for him or towards him because he doesn't want to make her upset. So depends on the situation around. So like they don't when Scotty first goes up to him and asks like, "Hey, when can we play?" I don't see that as I mean, possibly Scotty's thought is how about right now? Like right when I asked you, can we do it now? Because of his awkwardness. But to Bill, it was sure, I'm not going to say no to you, but he doesn't have a set time because every day he's going to do something. I mean, he could have said in that moment, like, hey, let's set a time when I get back from my vacation or back from my business in Chicago. Did at that time he know about it? We don't know. But if he gave him
That to
more of a
me is
grounded
kind of
time,
the yeah. That to me is kind of the crux of like why I see their relationship as more of like just awkward tension, I suppose.
because Bill's not doing anything to help either. He's just not, he's being very neutral about it. Even when, I mean, Scott gets hit with the ball, Bill's not over at, like, apologizing a bunch. He just goes, "Sorry, kid, but hey, you got it."
Yeah.
Just still
Uh,
neutral. He's not angry at him or putting blame onto Scotty, but he's also not being like overly apologetic or giving tips or
Well,
anything.
it was the '60s. Man up.
And
that's
true.
true.
Uh, well, since that conversation's mostly wrapping up, I will throw out. I don't believe in the malice part. I put that out there as an idea and play devil's advocate for my own theory. So
Don't worry. I knew you were. It's fine. But I guess that was for the sake of the audience.
yeah.
All right. Do we have anything else for the
Oh
first night? Because
yes,
I'm starting to run out here. So Springs,
I'll
take it
touch
away.
on. Actually, let's go back to the very beginning. The very beginning, where it's the credits of older
Ooh.
Scott walking to go to the photo. Do you think that was a strong opening to the movie?
Strong?
Do you think
Probably
that's a good
not,
hook?
but it's fine.
Yeah, it's serviceable. I don't think it's strong necessarily. I think it just does its job.
Okay. I don't know if they could
Do
have done
do
that.
you not like it?
I think it would have been stronger if that part wasn't shown and it was more of a surprise of the transition towards the end to then go there. Because it even plays it off to show that it is Smalls with showing the three baseballs and the same fishing hat on his head to give you like a real like this is Smalls when at the very beginning of the movie we know it's someone related because it's the photo of the Sandlot is in the room. Would it have been stronger not to have that beginning part for that end of like, oh, this is Smalls and that's Benny versus oh, we've seen this guy before already, and they're just like confirming that it's Smalls.
I mean, he, we know the narrator's Smalls. If that's what you're talking about.
No, not the
He-
narrator. I'm saying the scenes.
okay.
The beginning scene of walking down the hallway and everything, going in the office, and then going to the photo to show, I guess, the narration to then Benny playing, to then go to the end of the transition of the, everyone fading away of what they're doing in life, to then go to the Dodger Stadium, to then show Smalls in the room with the three balls and the hat and everything to confirm. Is it would it have been better not to have that beginning bit to then go to that transition end of be like, oh, as more of a surprise that it's Smalls and Benny versus showing the beginning bit, which is something familiar already to the audience for that scene later on.
Mm, if I'm thinking
No,
of preference, I think I'd prefer that we have the opening. If I'm choosing between these two specifically, I think the opening makes the ending more worthwhile.
I'm
Um, sorry. Go ahead,
no,
continue.
if you have more, go ahead.
It adds to that cyclical, like, kind of bow at the end kind of feeling to the movie. The fact that we're, it's as you say, it's more of a reveal, but it's not like the movie's trying to hide it. It's just not the main priority of the film. So like it's just showing you that they were all still connected in a way, which I quite liked. So,
I see it similar to the Green Mile. That's how they structured it. You
oh,
get
that's a good one.
you get the opening with, well, potential spoilers for Green Mile. 5 second, do. There you go. The beginning with the old man telling his story, and the entire movie essentially takes place through his lens of his own story, and they come back to the old man at the end. Uh, I don't think in Green Mile the movie would be better or worse without the beginning. I think it'd be worse actually, but um, I do. I'm fine with having the bookends. I don't think it detracts in the Sandlot.
Because think about it like this: one's a prologue, one's an epilogue. They're just bookends, as Crimson pointed out. So I'm assuming
You're
you have strong feelings about it, or are you just
I
not?
am. You're counting the walking bit credits at the beginning of prologue?
Yeah, that's the exact.
It
Yeah, it's the
sets up
premise of a
the
prologue.
story.
Yes.
Yeah.
Wha Okay, now I need help. What is the first line given? What is the imagery to the first line given to the film?
Imagery to the first line given. All
Is it
right, let me
within
pull
the
up the movie.
office or is it
No,
at
it's him
Benny?
walking outside. It's him walking outside, like past the gate. We see them cleaning up the Dodger Stadium, and then we see the picture.
And that all has narration?
Not all of it. The narration starts when. Hold on, let me pull it up.
That's what I'm asking. The first line of dialogue given is to what imagery of the film?
Well, I mean, even if the scene doesn't have dialogue, it still sets up with
That then
visuals
that
what's
okay,
happening.
yeah, if there's no dialogue, then to me it's a far weaker opening prologue because it's just a
Yeah,
man
it has
walking in a
opening dialogue.
stadium.
Yeah, no, it opens up when as soon as he walks in his office, we follow him past his shoulder to the like see the field, and that's when the narration starts. So the narration starts even before we see
Before
the
the
pictures of
photo
the
or go
Sandlot.
to the okay.
Yeah, and no, it would still prologues don't need dialogue. So I'm gonna disagree with you flat out. They
No,
don't.
again, this is me wording things that are confusing. I'm not saying a prologue needs dialogue or doesn't need dialogue. I'm saying without it, and the whole thing is just opening credits to a man walking to a photo to then start, for example, going to Benny and then the dialogue starts or the narration starts. That whole
Oh, look, so you're
walking bit.
saying if they had jumped into the past before the dialogue started, that would be more of an issue? The narration, sorry.
Not not an issue. I think that would have been better. I'm trying to think of something to replace that opening walking bit. The opening walking bit, I think, is only there for bookend at the end, but I think the end would have been stronger without it present in the beginning. That's where I lean on it.
Okay, so this
But
is
I
not an
don't know
objective
what to
issue then.
replace it. Well, it can't be an objective issue because it's in the film. It's already present. I mean, there's no matter of choice or difference chosen. It's being that the dialogue's already starting the narration beforehand of being in that office space before going into image to the story of the Sandlot of 1962. I don't. There can't be a change because that excludes that, or would put it over something else. And I'm trying to think what could it be put over something else. All I can think of is like Smalls in his car driving to the house. That's all that
Oh,
comes to mind. And I don't.
so you okay. I think you've lost me again.
Okay. The opening I don't think is very strong. I don't think it's a good hook.
Well, I think it's mainly because you said you've seen this over 30 times, countless times, as you put it, and you never saw it through the narrator lens. But I think this uh, sets up the narrator through putting it in the lens of Smalls the entire time.
Yeah, that's
This adds
why
to that.
yeah, that's why we have that perspective on the film, pretty much.
All right. What we have here is another Mr. and Mrs. Smith situation. Is I watched a film differently than you two.
Well, didn't you just say like an hour ago that you can see what we were saying at that
Yes,
point?
I can see what you're saying. I can also see what the Mr. and Mrs. Smith thing with the photo of what you guys are saying. But that's not what I saw or how I see it. And the troublesome thing is you guys don't seem to see how I saw it.
No, I see what you're saying here. I understand. I'm not confused as
The
right or how what you're saying.
okay, to clarify, the part that I get is you don't think this is a strong hook.
I think its only use is for a bookend.
And what I was saying is it isn't. It's set up for the whole narration through Small's
Considering the narration
perspective.
starts in this scene, uh, no, I think it sets up the narration perspective.
Okay, I don't have much else to say on that. I haven't been swayed.
Okay.
All right, Crimson. Any final thoughts for the opening act?
Uh, yes, and this will probably be more of a debate topic than a objective flaw. But
All right.
I had a problem with Benny sending. Um, yeah, what's the main character's name again?
Smalls.
I'll just say
Small.
Smalls. Well, we've been jumping between Smalls and his real name,
Scotty
so
Smalls.
Scotty Smalls. Um, Benny sending Smalls to the outfield, having seen what he's done, as in he can't throw a ball or catch a ball, and I know some people do that to new players to send them out to the outfields because there's more time where you're not doing anything out there. But I feel like being the shortstop would be the best spot to put him because if he does get the ball, he can throw it to people in that range. He can be productive there or not productive there, but I feel like the impact would be stronger if he was there in the first place.
A shortstop between first and second.
Yeah,
Wouldn't that be more
shortstops.
pressure on shortstop if they got it to go to first to throw the ball versus between where Scotty is, or sorry, where Smalls is?
I mean, want to shoot at the some baseball players. Shortstop's not the biggest spot in the game. Uh, that's why there's not really a guy between second and third. Sometimes on the playground you would add a guy because you could fit a guy there, but in a standard game there isn't. So it seems like an easy spot to put a new guy because he could throw the ball at first, second if he catches it, or even just hand it to first base guy. Seems like a safe
Hmm.
spot for a newbie.
I think there's the element in outfield. The benefit of the outfield here is that he gets to observe the group first, and like gets to see their rhythm, see how they play, because he doesn't know anything about it. So there is something to observing to learn how to play a game. But I think I would have liked to see him play other positions once he was more incorporated into the group, because I think that would have made at least that point a bit stronger. Because we only see him in the inner field once, which is when he's up to bat. I think.
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, we do see him mimic other movements. Can't remember. I think it was like squints, maybe, or yeah, like punching the inner of his glove, and then it cuts to Smalls doing the same. So he's like mimicking their behavior.
Yeah.
Also, I have a question. Do you think Benny is skilled enough to know the exact like pressure of batting a ball, of knowing where to put things?
Considering he does this every day, hours on end, yes, I would say he would be skilled enough for that.
And he's the one of the group being classified as baseball is life.
Yeah,
Because like he
I could
calls
see him
out
being
like
accurate and know the power.
okay, because he calls out like who he's hitting the ball to and hits it there, and he's also not one to cause it to go over the fence to lose a ball.
But like I said, you said you didn't play baseball, but I'm sure Ryder probably the same way. Are at least my coaches, because I've had different coaches, they did the same thing while they were batting and hitting balls while we're out there. He's like, "All right, Crimson bats it while I'm in the outfield, and it lands at me. Uh, once you're good enough, you can call your shots like that." In
Yeah,
a uh, set setup scenario. Anyways, like in a real game where you get curveballs and all that stuff, it gets harder to predict where you're going to hit things based off where the ball hits on the bat.
Oh,
But
that reminds
in
me.
large, you can.
Gotcha. Okay. That reminds me. Did Bill throw a curveball at Smalls's eye?
no.
Because then he
He's
comment
just
in the kitchen, "Better watch out for that curve."
oh, if that's what he said, I view that as a problem.
I think he did say that.
Then that's a fucking problem. You don't throw curveballs when you're teaching
On your
someone to play
third
catch.
pitch of learning to catch, you throw a curveball.
Yeah, you don't throw curveballs unless you're supposed to be
You
catch.
know, maybe
Uh,
maybe there's more evidence towards him not wanting to be there in the
yeah,
ring.
I'm getting Tin Man vibe here.
Bill was the bad guy all along.
He's the one that raised the beast, and turns out the old man at the end is just
Yeah, it
trapped in the
turns out
house
that
because of
week was
Bill's work.
actually with Mr. Myrtle in Chicago. Another thing I
we're,
have,
we're getting there.
I think actually my last thing in this act is a nice little bit of dialogue wordplay I liked, where Benny tells Smalls to go left center, and Smalls says like here, and he goes, "No, that's left." I said left center, and Smalls' reply is "Okay, right," which to us in the audience he goes right.
And he's also confirming, saying right.
True. So decent little wordplay.
There's a few moments of that in the film where they have some decent wordplay. All right. Well, if that's all for first act, I believe we can start Act Two. So,
Lovely.
Crimson, you want to start us off?
Oh boy, do I?
I mean, there's a
Oh
question.
boy,
You can say
do
no.
I? No, it's right. I was wondering your guys' thoughts on Wendy's age.
Oh, when do you
I would
get
have
for
guessed
corn?
teenager until we saw her again at the pool.
What made you change for that? Because you could become a part time lifeguard as a teenager.
Yeah, well, okay. The first shot when we see her, I think she looks really, really young. Like she just looks maybe 5 or 6 years older than him. And
Yeah,
then when she's lifeguarding, she looks like high school, late high school age, pretty much. So, uh, I don't know because I got two different vibes. It would be my answer to the question as to what I think Ed Wendy's age is.
I'll go with 19 or 20.
okay. The reason I ask this is because of what freaking glasses, whose name I've forgotten
Squints.
already.
Like,
Squints.
yeah,
His comment of I've been into her my whole adult life, which I
Yeah,
would beg the question:
that's
what
funny.
would be his adult life
That's a joke.
in the context here?
in his perspective, probably ever since he started getting into girls, that would have been he would be what he
Well,
considers an
I'm
adult's
saying
adult
like
life.
if his adult life is like once he started to talk or something, whatever age it may be, we'd have to deduct that from Wendy's age to be a
Was it
lifeguard.
commented
That's
at
what
the
I'm getting.
pool through narration of Smalls how many summers Squints has witnessed the oiling and lotioning? Is this like the fourth
Uh,
summer?
I don't know
That's
if they put a
Mim
number
Snap?
to that.
Yeah, I know there is some narration to kind of tell him that it's just what he suffers through during the hottest days of the summer, but
Yeah,
I
it's a
can't remember
regular
if
occurrence, but I don't think they put a number on it.
okay, I couldn't remember if narration. I think there was. I can't remember if narration Small said it or Squint said it in the pool. Like he's like, I've been here for 4 summers, and she's just up there oiling and lotioning, and I thought there was, but
What
I feel like that margin of time would be what he considers his adult life.
was it 4 summers or 4 summers, like FOR? Yeah, not
Oh, I see what you mean.
FOUR. Um, so if it's like 5 years, 4 years, whatever, we'd have to deduct that on our estimates of Wendy and whether or not that's believable for her to be a lifeguard. So Sprinks was saying 1920,
Well,
so
if it's 4 summers,
16, that would work
then she could have been a
if we're going with the
lifeguard
4 thing.
all throughout high school, and this could be her senior year.
Um, yeah, that would probably be my oldest guess, I guess. So my guess for Wendy's age be at oldest would probably be 18 or 19.
Okay.
Though I think she's supposed to be closer to 14 or 15.
Not that it has direct bearing on the film because we don't get a confirmed age. The actress was 18, but that doesn't
Okay.
necessarily mean that's how old Wendy was.
Okay.
And we don't exactly know Squints' age, do we? We just know he's in 5th grade. Actually, we don't know what grade any of these kids are except
I was about to
Smalls.
say I don't know what grade they are.
Smalls is 5th grade.
Um,
That's it.
yeah,
I would get my guess for their range is 5th grade to middle school.
But they all go to the same
yeah.
school.
So you can have multiple grades in one
That's
school.
true.
Well, also in the 60s, elementary school went to 6th grade. I mean, some places still do now, but it
Yeah.
was common practice to be
Yeah.
6th.
My elementary school went to 6th grade. My middle school was 7th and 8th, and then high school was in 9th through 12th.
I mean, you could
That's
do a
pretty much
lot
it.
of like fact checking, which did not do. I know I've done fact checking on stuff, but like in 1962 in the Valley, I'm guessing this is in California. Like how many schools
Utah.
had? Oh, this is Utah.
Yeah.
Never mind, in Utah.
I think it's. I mean, I know it's filmed in Utah, and I think it's supposed to be. Well, I think it's majority of it's supposed to be set in Utah because, but eventually, obviously, they move out to California for the Dodgers and stuff like that.
Okay, I'm just saying someone could have calculated the believability of what grades
And what I'm saying is in the
and
60s, it
yeah,
was very
and again,
common to have elementary school be
yeah,
6th grade as well.
possibility they're not all attending the same school; they're just all at the same school.
It depends on where they're living, I guess. If it's a small town, it's
Well,
probably everyone's
we know
school.
Smalls, Benny, and Ham all live real close to each other. They're all
Yeah,
like at that same cul-de-sac.
and we don't see any other baseball teams other than the ones they go against, but that's just one official team.
Yeah, one's
Yeah.
a friend group
Yeah.
and one's as I have in my notes, the Socias.
The
Hopefully that's not a slur.
socias.
Yeah, the Socias. It's an
Is
outsider's
that what it says on
reference.
there?
The
Okay.
greasers and the Socias.
I mean, even if it is, it's got context. So
Did that answer your question? I guess on the age, or did you have a definitive
oh,
age
there
that
we
you
go.
thought
I,
of?
I was like, I forgot what the point was when he said, yeah, yeah. I mean, I knew there wasn't really an answer because it kind of the crux is how much Squint thinks his adult life is. Because, like I said, if it's like 8 years, pretty much his whole life, then I might have an issue because then she's too young to be a lifeguard. But we don't really know. So it was just a question
Yeah,
without
I
an
think
answer
the age
for me.
difference is between 5 and like 10. That's pretty much that's pretty much where I think the age difference is between the two of them.
Okay. Something in
All
Zach
right.
I'll touch on a little is which is another, I don't know how you want to call it, a payoff or a bookend or situation. but Smalls, after catching the ball, gives a thumbs up first to Benny, who then in turn gives a thumbs up back.
Yep, that's the start of it. I also quite like that. It's a nice detail to notice.
Mm, like a
I
callback.
I think it's very weirdly paced that they have the Beast introduction here. Like now they're like a couple weeks into the summer, and he wants to go retrieve a ball to hit over the fence, and then they all try to talk him out of it. They obviously give him the backstory of the Beast and everything, but he already knows that the dog slash Beast is back there. So I thought it was odd that he was just surprised that that
I couldn't agree with you more. That
that
was
was really
that was a
oddly
problem I
paced and
had
poorly edited. Yeah.
I think they should
because
have shared everything with Smalls about the town, rather than keeping him in the dark.
Yeah,
I
that's
don't know if they'd
still.
have to do
I
that,
mean,
but
I mean,
I do think
on
they
the
would have talked
lot,
about the dog
he is the
earlier.
closest to the Beast in his position.
yeah,
Yes. Yeah.
So they
I
couldn't
agree they would
be,
have told him about it
yeah, they're not naive
sooner.
enough to be like he's on first, you know, first plate, and they're like, oh, he'll never get that close to the Beast.
yeah, and it was just very odd because he's himself is surprised when he sees something take the ball when he already knows that there's something over there. Like this is the same fence that he guarded like the first few days he was out here.
Yeah, the first day he was out here, he saw the fence wiggling and making noise.
Saw the
Um,
giant dog silhouette.
yeah. Unknown sounds of a monster.
The
He
unknown.
was afraid to pick up the ball. We see twice, but we also have time pass, so there's probably more than just those two near the fence. So him be like, "Oh, I'll just get the ball." I'm like, "What?
Like,
You know, there's something scary there. You don't know what it is, but you know something scary is there.
Smalls
What are you
isn't
doing?"
scared.
Except he's
Everyone
terrified.
else is scared of it.
Except for this scene, for some reason.
yeah, no, that's the thing. Smalls was scared beforehand. He was
Yeah.
scared to reach and get the ball that was next to the fence, and then he
Let
just
alone on the
forgot
other
about
side of
that in
it.
this particular scene.
Yeah. So that is certainly an issue.
Yeah, that was probably one of my bigger issues because it just felt like a very oddly placed scene that should have happened earlier. Doesn't necessarily need to happen first day, but it needs to happen with how like
I gotta fill him in.
it. Yeah, they need to fill him in, and with how the story was progressing, like, and we did this every summer day. I'm like, cool, and so it just implied that they skipped a lot of time to get to this point, which is why it bothered me.
Well,
Yeah,
what was it? It
it
was
wasn't the
the
next day.
2 weeks after school got out that Smalls arrived, or was it 2 weeks before?
Before
Okay, two
Before,
2 weeks
weeks
before
before
school.
school got out. So maybe May, but possibly like really early June, and all throughout summer because it shows 4th of July and more events past that.
yeah, it's the majority of summer is that we're kind of fast speeding through.
So yeah, it's been. I mean, if they
That's
play
a
every
problem.
day, it's been it's been a while.
Also, yeah, if a lot of time has passed, no one's hit a home run, I guess, in that time. And one of
Uh,
them claims we lost
Well,
150 balls to that fence.
yeah,
Obviously, by the end, we don't see 150
not
balls. But
necessarily hit a home run at that fence. Could have been the other direction.
was there a fence in the other direction? I thought it was
yeah,
a field.
they were
No,
surrounded
there
by
is. You can see it
fences
when
and like
Okay.
a
by
house,
the clubhouse. There's like the little play structure, and then there's a fence going down.
which is presumably Mike's house, the one with the tree house.
Mhm.
Or they just very kindly asked some stranger to use their house backyard. Fun stuff.
No, it's got to belong to someone.
Yeah. Uh, I quite one of the things I'll go from that to a good thing that I actually liked. I liked Hamilton or Ham's characterization when they pretty much dared him to hit the ball hard. Uh, he accepted and he did, and he knocked the ball to a home run. I quite liked it. It was a quick back and forth between Kenny and Ham, and I think it does a lot to characterize them more so than a lot of than a few of the other kids in the Sandlot group.
Yeah.
Uh,
I dare
'Cause
you
we
to
don't
hit
get
my
much for
heater. Hit the heater.
yeah.
I did
Yeah,
it.
I like that he just didn't care everyone was yelling at him and chucking their gloves and stuff at him.
Yeah, because they can't play anymore for the rest of the day. But he's like, "Listen, y'all dared me."
This is your fault.
Pretty much, yeah. There was something respectable to have about that. And then, like I said, we don't really get much for Kenny. He's on my, I guess, the middle of my tier for the Sandlot being the pitcher. But this did enough, I think, to kind of justify like his place in the film. For gives him a lot of characterization within that quick back and forth he has with Ham.
That's actually a great question. Who of the 9 do you think is at the bottom of the list?
Uh,
Let's see.
uh, Tommy and
It's
Timmy or whatever he said their names were. They're pretty
Tommy and
low.
Timmons? Yeah. Also, naming your
They,
kid Timmy Timmons.
I mean, let me look it up because I was actually organizing my notes for the end of the podcast in order of characters I think for worst to best,
Wow.
focusing on the Sandlot crew. So let me look at it. Let me look at it. So spoiler alert: I think the twins were the weakest, followed by Bertram.
Bertram, the tall geek looking one.
Yeah.
The tall, geek-looking one whose only contribution to the story was he brought chewing tobacco.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know. A lot of the Sandlot aren't much characters. That's there. I mean, even Kenny, I feel like you're praising him a lot for his minimal role in this.
I give him mid tier. So comparing him to the rest of the Sandlot kid, he doesn't have a lot going for him, but I at least understand what his character is, which is what puts him above the twins and Bertram.
I'm in agreement. I think I have Bertram at the bottom.
Yeah, him and the twins are the same to me. So they get the same amount of screen time. I feel same impact.
Yeah. So to clarify, Kenny is still towards the bottom, but he's just above Bertram and the twins.
Yeah.
Hmm.
I mean, top 4 has got to be Smalls, Benny, Ham, and Squints.
Yeah,
Is anyone
those are the
different on
top
that
four
list?
kids.
Yeah, you got. You don't even have a tier list. You just have two groups:
Oh, the good and
the
the bad?
characters and the non-characters. That's
The
that's
characters
pretty
and the
much it.
archetypes.
All right, Crimson, where do you put Yaya?
You keep saying that. I don't know which one that is.
You don't know which one Yaya is?
I
No,
put Yaya I put Yaya above Bertram and the twins, but below
Do you have him
Kenny.
below Kenny?
Yeah.
All right, I'm opposite. I have him above Kenny.
oh, okay.
Um,
I looked up. Yeah, yeah. All right.
I remember Yaya's well, I guess we're still talking about it now. His major contribution to the story for me was volunteering to be the one to go over and get the ball
Yeah.
on
Oh,
Well,
that's the
the
fourth.
volunteering to die.
yeah,
Yeah,
volunteering
the
to
fourth
die.
attempt.
Yeah, and then also he grabs the ball, but doesn't
Yeah,
drops
that
it
was
like
dumb.
an idiot.
We'll get there when we get there, but
Yeah, we'll get.
that's a different act.
That's a different. But yeah, no,
Uh,
I have Kenny above him, mostly because Kenny doesn't do something as enormously stupid. uh,
So does stupidity play to a character?
it
it
can.
could play into characterization, yes,
Okay.
but it was kind of ridiculous that he did what he did, which is why I think it damages the character more than so it adds a characterization, if that makes sense.
Okay. A failure
Uh,
isn't a play to the
like
character. It's actually something so damaging that it's not a characteristic.
Mater in Cars is dumb,
Well, yeah.
but if Lightning McQueen did something dumb, he is not dumb. He just did something dumb. So that there are levels to stuff like that.
Yeah. So in terms of characterization, okay, since we're talking about it, in terms of characterization to Yaya, I view dropping the ball kind of as an issue with his character. Not necessarily that he would do something so stupid, but the plot made him do something so stupid. Therefore, it damages the characterization of what he was doing.
Okay.
That's just him knowing
Which is
baseball.
why Kenny's above him because Kenny doesn't have anything that's like overly damaging. At least for my tier list on the characters.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And I guess a point I have is, I don't know if it's something I'll bring up anyways. During the whole story about the beast, it is said that it's estimated that 120 to 173 people have disappeared.
Yeah. 173 thieves got eaten in the same town.
Thieves.
I
Yes.
I thought it was funny just the way it
What
was
is this?
delivered. It's
Yeah.
like
What is this?
somewhere between
Gotham?
120 and 173. I'm like, I just found the numbers funny because they're when you're saying something in between like certain numbers, you don't rarely get so specific. But he was very specific with that range,
That's the
which
Yeah.
ridiculousness
is
of a child.
which was funny. Yeah,
Yeah.
like I said, it adds to the story.
Which I'm fine with kids exaggerating stories. That's totally fine. But Smalls is even like, that can't be true. And they're like, look out the window. And then he looks out. Oh, look, it's a normal dog. It- Why would he see a beast if he doesn't believe the story? It's that's how I see the ending ruining it to me here.
Nah, that's
The
not true.
beast
Oh,
Look out that window.
confirms the
What was
story.
that?
The beast confirms the story, but if the beast isn't a beast and it's a dog, then it minimizes what actually happened right there.
When I looked out that window, I didn't see a single one. Then again, that's
Not one ball.
baseballs. Yeah.
But for some reason, the Babe Ruth ball gets to stay out all the time whenever it wants.
Also, to knack on that, well, little, there's a big thing I'll save at the end, but I like that showing a story like black and white. They also added a heavy amount of film grain,
Yeah, they try to make it era
very
specific.
yeah,
distinct.
yeah. I think they did a great job with that. Again, it's very much like this is the children's perspective of the story of the beast, the legend.
Because that would have been in the 40s, because they said 20 years before
Yeah, Squints' granddad or something.
something. That sounds right. I think it was Granddad.
Um, shoot, what was it? Something I've touched on before is if something happens once, it stands out to be more than likely
Bad,
leaning negatively.
more than likely.
Yeah,
Continue.
You consistently named it as bad, so that's what you've
I don't
established
think
your
I've
role to
given an
be.
option so far that has been in positive, have I?
No,
Are you
you
setting one
explicitly
up?
said it's bad. You've not even
No, I'm not
disputed
setting
that
one up.
at this point.
I'm just saying I don't know of any that have been positive. Anyway, for this instance, there is one instance in this film, which is right here when Smalls looks out the window and turns around back to the group to talk, where it is fast forwarded and sped up. I don't know why.
The film footage?
Yes, when
Didn't
Smalls
notice it.
turns back, when the camera's outside the window showing Smalls get scared that the beast's down there and turns around before cutting to inside the treehouse, it is fast forwarded, and I don't
Oh,
know
like
why.
to yeah, because it's to mimic the beast's movement, right?
No, 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 no. What? For Smalls to reenact the beast to the group, he didn't do it to scare them.
No, 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 no. I mean, okay, I think I might be confusing the shots. I'm talking about the POV shot of the beast when he's running towards the window, and then
Kind,
that's when he
yeah.
backs up and speeds up. I thought that's what you're referring to. You're not referring to the POV shot?
No,
Okay.
I don't think it's no.
What shot are you referring to?
It's it's
In the treehouse.
yeah. He
Yeah,
looks out the
it's a
window, sees all the balls are gone, and then it goes back to Smalls getting scared with his head sticking out the window, and he pulls his head back in and turns around to look at the group before cutting to the inside of the treehouse to say it's down there. That head turn pull in is sped up.
Okay. Yeah, that would be very weirdly placed.
And I don't know, only thing I could think of is to add tension, because without it sped up, maybe it was too slow and looked off paced. But then
That
I
would be
feel like they
my.
should have just cut that on the editing room to just Smalls inside.
I mean, you'd want the reaction
Yeah, have
because
him
that
yell
does
and pull his
amplify
head
the
in,
scene.
but then they can cut to inside of him still pulling his head in and turning around. Then it would have been normal. The fact that it was sped up is the weird part to me.
Yeah, that I'm just saying they valued the oddity of speeding it up for his body reaction. They valued that over the quality of that part, I suppose. But it is there. I agree.
It's the only instance of fast forwarding I caught.
I didn't notice, so I must have been taking notes. So I'm kind of out of it this one.
Because there are multiple scenes of slow motion.
Oh, lots, especially towards the end.
uh, I like that they have a sleepover slash camp out. It's very, very like when you're much younger and you're doing a bunch of like outdoors stuff as kids. It's
Mm.
very nostalgic to that feeling. Them all camping out in a treehouse and making s'mores and not knowing what they are.
Oh, one of them.
One of them.
You don't think
Well,
this
yeah.
is the only instance of them having a camp out throughout summer?
No, God no.
Yeah.
But it just happens
Well,
to be that day. Like the legend of the beast needed to be retold, so that just gave them an excuse, you know.
they also had to have practiced it because they synced up. They all said to
They probably
Smalls at the same time, "Camp out."
It's the same when they said they wanted to go to the pool. Yeah, just smiles at them all
scam pool
awkwardly.
honeys.
Yeah. That's a weird thing to say. Just give me pool honeys.
Yeah, I
But
have, I
then
have no idea.
it played in the narration next that like none of them owned a Playboy and it was like their closest thing.
Yeah, and they all like pretended that they knew what it was, and they've all seen one, even though none of them had. It was nice. I quite liked that. It's very much like you're trying to look cool for your friends, kind of feeling.
Yeah.
I don't want to be that guy.
But you're
Oh
going to
boy.
be that guy.
I will be that guy. Mm, do we need the pool stuff? Do we need what's her face?
Yes.
Yes, we
What do you
need
mean?
it.
What do you mean we do we need it? Need it for what? For the story of Smalls
The
and
film
Benny?
did it better. The film did it need to be there? Did it add to character development in a
Uh,
meaningful way? Did it
it
do
it did for
anything?
Mike.
For Squints.
Yeah, but
Same for
Squints isn't meaningful. We don't
No,
need
Oh,
Squints's build up here.
Squints is a meaningful character. You're not
Squints
going
is
to
in the
convince me
top
out of
4,
this.
Crimson.
Just because he talks. The what does Squint contribute to the story? What does he do? He adds comedy, but he doesn't change Benny. He doesn't change or affect uh, Smalls. Him as a character doesn't do anything. He gets development as an individual, but he doesn't contribute to our two mains or the plot really, other than he's part of the group, which we already listed half of them being irrelevant really. So that's why I'm posing this. Squints gets stuff, but Squints doesn't really matter. They don't have to make him get stuff because it's not
Well,
relevant.
I feel like your argument here is anyone besides Smalls and Benny is irrelevant.
No, because Ham is relevant. He makes an impact on Smalls. Even Squints leaves an impact based off the storytelling he did at the treehouse. But this whole pool stuff doesn't do anything.
It's when it's too hot to
okay.
play ball.
All right.
Smalls even brought up, but the only like there's been instances pool isn't the only change. At least that's how I took it, how Smalls narrated it, that the most what was it, inclined that Benny was up for would be going to the pool. So I'm guessing like there's other instances of like let's go to a park, let's go to a
The
movie,
bowling.
let's like other instances, but he was more for the pool towards anything else.
Yes, that was said.
And it just so happened that
Alright.
Wendy Peppercorn was a lifeguard.
Alright, I had misunderstood what you were trying to say there, Crimson. You're arguing that the pool scene has any relevance based on the bearing of the rest of the story.
Does it have a place in the movie?
uh,
I say no.
yeah, let me think on that for ask me again in like 5 minutes.
Okay.
I'll say it's a memorable scene in the movie. I don't think it's a
Sure.
scene in the
Well,
movie that I forget.
it's an infamous scene in the movie for sure. It's definitely iconic, but that doesn't necessarily mean it has an objective place in the film.
Yeah.
So I'm in agreement with you, Sprinks, that it's definitely iconic. It definitely very memorable. Uh,
I guess
I mean, you said you want to sit on it. We can talk about other
it kinda
stuff.
helps that
yeah,
if they
okay.
got kicked out of the pool, there's no scene of them going back to it. They're not going
Um,
back to the pool or can go
yeah,
back to the pool if they're
if they
kicked
don't have
out.
a pool anymore, that does open up other things that they could potentially do, but we don't really see them trying to do other things, if that makes sense.
They just do like the only other activity is the Fourth of July fun stuff, and even then, that's connected to baseball. uh, at some point, we see them running through the streets playing the fireworks, but then they just end up playing baseball anyways. But in
I
terms of other activities, it's pretty much limited to
I
the pool.
think okay, I thought of it a little bit. I think the only thing that I think would be missing from the film is that everyone is generally worried over Mike. Uh, Squints. Like everyone's actually genuinely worried for him when he's like conked out and they don't know if he's like drowned. Like she's giving him mouth to mouth. There's a part of it where they don't actually know what's wrong. I think there's a lot of camaraderie that's shown there. That is a good reason character wise to keep it in there for all of that. But I think that could be moved. That you don't necessarily need to do that in a pool scene. They just chose to do it in a pool scene, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, someone could hit a ball while they're playing, get hit in the head, and get knocked out. That happened to me. Well, I got hit in the head a lot in baseball,
Yeah.
but yeah, I got knocked out being a
Jesus
pitcher. They
Christ.
could do something like that, dude.
Yeah.
The batter was a beefy guy. I'm sure he was older than everybody and just lying. You
Yeah.
know,
I mean, a hit from Ham would definitely put somebody on the ground.
but
Um.
yeah, that doesn't even pull.
So
I don't even know if technically we need that either because I feel like they are a close knit group that we don't need proof that they are close. But if
no, but
there's
it's
It
anything
good
of
shows
value,
reinforcement,
I
though,
agree
right?
it would be
for the
For
that.
whole group, yes. For Smalls being the newest member, I think it helps to him.
it's it's Small's first time seeing like a crisis moment within the group outside of losing a ball, like someone almost just drowned. That's how they see it. So there is a level of I view that aspect of the pool scene as a necessity. Everything else is just kind of I guess icing on the cake or whatever you want to call it, fan service, what have you. Um, so I view the characterization aspect of it worthwhile. I again they just chose to do it in the pool scene. Because you're right, they could have done that at a baseball field where one of them just got flat out knocked out. They had to take him to a hospital because he couldn't see, and then they could, you know, which would mirror the story at the end, and they, after like a couple days he comes back and he can see just fine, that sort of thing. There's a level to that where that could
Also,
work as well,
yeah, it was a
but
narration added in of Smalls' memory of that summer of '62 of someone other than Benny or himself. I'm sure he could have had other stories of other people. I mean, one of them, for instance, is Ham kind of frontlining the name calling between the Socha's baseball team and themselves, which is kind of a
yeah,
Ham centered part. But
yeah.
there's
There's
no
a
story given of like Kenny taking lead or Yaya or Bertram or
For the twins, yeah.
yeah.
There's a lot of because of that there is a lot of characters left on the wayside, which is I do feel is a shame. So like if they had done that to everyone, I would probably find the pool scene more justifiable. But I guess I'm on 50-50 is where I'm at with that Crimson. I like the character stuff that's getting out of it. I don't necessarily see the plot relevance with it though.
All right.
So does that answer your question? I not really
Well,
question, but I guess
uh, the point I was trying to throw out there.
yeah.
Um, it gives me your perspectives on it. Like I said, I don't see the group seeing him nearly die being necessary for character growth because to me it was a given. with them. But I do agree if we wanted to keep it, it could be moved elsewhere. Didn't have to be there.
Crimson. Is it for
Yeah,
you to be able to be removed because it has no relevance to baseball?
no, I didn't say that. I said it had nothing to do with the plot or characters. Our main two characters. I mean,
Okay,
His point is that it doesn't really grow. The characters
it
don't
doesn't
really
contribute to
grow. It
anything.
doesn't
okay. Could
contribute.
you
Yeah.
help me then with the difference between the pool scene and the twirl around scene at the fair?
Um,
Are they one and the same, or are they distinct to you? I mean, I
it's
know
a
they're
good
distinct scenes, but
comparison.
in what you're saying,
And we
trying to
do
think,
get to
would
see
that fit
more
the same?
of group connectivity at the fair, and
The fair is the
but we
result
don't
of
get.
something, which is kind of hard to misplace.
I
I
do
don't know. I'm
feel
sorry.
like
I'll let
it's
you take it for
more
crimson. It's a question for
justifiable
you.
there, but I if someone was to argue the case, it could be removed. I think it could be argued, but I do think there's more there. Uh, the group has more interaction with like the chewing tobacco and stuff, and just overall fun with each other. Meanwhile, the pool scene's primarily focused on Squints. We get some of like Cam flirting with the girls and stuff, but that's just a him moment. Meanwhile, the fair, it's pretty much all of them amongst each other.
Okay, that's why I brought up the baseball thing, because the fair was because of the big chew, which is baseball connected, which is teaching small something, versus the pool
And
thing didn't have anything pretty
Or
much baseball connected.
that that can be an added element. Him learning about chewing tobacco, I guess, doesn't really contribute to much, but
hmm,
that can be pointed out.
I guess the see, I'm thinking of it right now. The major thing that why I'm okay with them being at the fair, outside of all the character interplay, is just the obvious justification. Hey, they beat the crap out of the other team, like really like by a lot. So they're there to celebrate. Whereas so that comes off as more justified to me in plot reasons. Whereas in the I guess with the pool, it's more just because it happens to be hot that day and that's what they like to do when they can't do baseball. Which I guess the plot justifications are somewhat there, but I feel like of the two, the fair scene accomplishes more.
Yeah, seeing a celebration has more of an impact to me than like what they do off the field.
Hmm.
Did that answer your question, Sprinks, or did you want to
Well,
elaborate
no,
further?
now I'm kind of like 50-50 on both, because I'm seeing like, I think it would answer a question better of like, what happened on those days it was too hot to play ball? What did they do? They went to the pool. Like, there's an answer given in a story to that. Versus, hey, what did you do when you beat another team? There wasn't really need of like, it could have been another camp out. It could have been like, hey, we just did good. See you tomorrow morning. It was because the fair was in town that they added the fair bit. And even Bertram forgot that he had the chew on him. He wasn't planning it for a certain time or event. It wasn't like, hey, to celebrate, I brought this. He goes, oh man, I forgot. And he just had it on him.
Well, having it on him implies he planned it for their victory, but forgot he was going to
Well,
do it.
then that can go right back to Benny having the glove and the hat.
Well, the glove, which makes sense with him leaving his house. The hat doesn't make sense, as we talked about.
I see it as
Um,
with the chew as an element to the plot of a scene, because he forgot. He should have just been like, oh, by the way, guys, and like huddled them up to do it. The
Well, he
forgetful part,
did.
well, yeah, but it was the forgetful part of it to me.
He wanted to give it to them before they went out to celebrate, but he forgot he had brought it with him. That's fine.
Humans forget things, turns out.
Yeah,
I know it's
it's not the
crazy,
best
but
introduction, but
I
it's a
forget a
good
lot of
introduction.
Okay,
things.
back to okay. To go back to the comparison thing, I think it's more. Well, they both have a purpose. I see them both as even. Um, not even in the same way of like same grounds, even, but even as like the pool is an explanation to what happens on events if it's too hot to play, and Benny isn't forcing everyone to like sweat around on a hot day, and is a connection to a love interest of Squints, which is better to me, at least better than like Smalls having a love interest or Benny having a love interest. So it's another character of the Sandlot is equal to the celebration after the ball game at night of the spin around as a group because they're both group activities. No one's excluded from either one of the two. And I guess if you want like Squints, I think is more to his character of the pool than Bertram's character of bringing the chewing tobacco to the fair because it's more focused on Bertram for that part. But then again, the fair has more to do with baseball and teaching of Smalls like what chewing tobacco is than the pool having pretty much nothing to do with baseball other than the fact of what they did when they couldn't do baseball. But I don't know if that's like a equal comparison because it's still related to baseball or it's just like vetoed out. Like they don't bring like a water ball to the pool to like play catch in the pool.
No, they don't. Well, if we broke both these scenes down, like, okay, we don't need them. They're a waste of space. They're filler, and we broke them down to lines. Like the narrator's like, and even on the super hot days, we went to the pool, and Benny was okay with it. Whatever. It was just a quick line that establishes they do stuff outside baseball, but we don't need to see it. And then with the park, the celebration, if that was broken down to a narration where they're like, and after our swift victory, we went out and had some fun, and the very next day went back to the grandstone or something. I don't know. I feel like the pool one's easier to make into a line and still have the impact of what would be shown being their off time than the victory scene.
Also, for you, would the pool scene also include removing the Wendy Peppercorn walking by the drugstore part?
Uh,
Because then it would have no connection or
yes,
payoff.
yeah, we don't really need Wendy in general, but even if we take the pool out, even more so, we wouldn't really need Wendy because a lot of the other like wrap up stories for the Sandlots are stuff that are pretty irrelevant to them throughout the film. So yeah, we don't really need Wendy if the pool's taken out.
Yeah,
Okay.
if they're both being taken out, yeah, we can remove the Wendy scene from earlier. Though at this point, we are starting to take away from, I think, a lot of Mike's character stuff.
I do think the victories in there. I was just breaking them down if we had to break them
Yeah,
into
if we had to.
dialogue.
Yeah.
One clearly to me has more of a reason to not be dialogue than the other.
I'll say this.
No problem.
I like both scenes in the movie. I would not take them out.
I mean, I can like them both and still acknowledge one could get removed.
That's
I
true. I'm
like
not saying
the
you
stuff
can't think that way.
in
I'm
the
just saying for
pool.
myself, I would keep them both.
Okay. And
Uh,
Ryder, are you still 50-50 on the pool?
yeah, we're still leaving it in the pool.
Okay.
I objectively, anyway. Obviously, subjectively, I think there's a lot of. It's an iconic scene. There's no reason to remove it in that sense. Um, I think again for me the major thing that objectively is just the characters. It's kind of reaffirming that how far their friendship has come, at least from Small's perspective, with him being included. So, they get to worry over each other in a somewhat more life threatening situation, which is a nice thing to have in a controlled environment. Now we talked a lot about some stuff from Act 3, but do we have anything left over from Act 2?
It's shown that Bertram doesn't wear glasses in the pool while Squints does.
Well, I guess that's just a personal preference.
I suppose so. I've never worn my glasses to the pool, but it's just
It's just
you
something
know
I caught as a detail.
Yeah.
yeah.
Also, their water of the pool does get on the camera lens at timestamp 38:25.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing for you?
I think it was an observation.
Hmm.
Oh, it happened once, so it's
Yeah,
probably bad.
exactly.
because that was brought up
That's a good
in
question.
the Willow show.
Um,
Because there was one
I'm leaning
splash,
more
and
bad.
it was a problem.
I'm leaning more to
Okay.
negative side because it shows the element of the camera lens being present.
Okay.
Right.
The camera could have been further out and zoomed in.
Mhm.
Let's.
Oh, another thing at the pool. Uh, so Wendy dives in pretty quick. Good. She figured it out pretty quickly based off the kid's reaction. Uh, and then we see them run around the pool to get to him, and they're like, "Someone help him!" And I'm like, "Wendy's there. You saw her dive in. What are you doing? Stop saying redundant stuff. He's getting helped by Wendy." So
Ooh.
I viewed that as dumb.
Yes and no. Yes, it's dumb because Wendy's not on the lifeguard tower anymore, but I don't know if they necessarily saw her if they were climbing out of the pool.
That she dove in before they even got out of the pool, so they saw her dive in because they were looking at him drowning. So they absolutely saw her go in.
Okay.
It also took her a while to get to him from the moment she dived and when they showed her actually grabbing him.
Yeah. I assumed that was just editing stuff, to be honest.
It was, but
Okay.
Also, she threw her glasses to her left and her whistle to the right before diving in. When she got back to her tower, the whistle was back up there. Now, that could have been a second whistle, or it's the first one she dropped that someone put back. And then when Squints is outside the gate looking in, when it cuts back to Wendy, she has her glasses back.
Um, yeah, I'll just chalk that up to continuity error.
Yeah, that's a continuity error. I'm happy with that. I don't really
I
have
I
anything.
do I do think they picked a good song for the kiss. It's a magic
Oh, Magic
moment.
Moment by the
Bum,
Drifters.
bum, bum.
Yeah, I agree. Very on the nose, very cheesy in the best of ways.
Do you think
Well,
it
and then
had to
the
play?
narrator added to it at the end.
I touched on it as a fun fact that both Wendy Pepperman songs are by the Drifters. Do you think that's like a like needed to be ruling, or it was just like a funny, you think, tongue in cheek joke for her character that fit?
I think um, whoever listened for the music for this or picked the music liked them and noticed both the songs that were ended up being used had lyrics that fit the tone and the thoughts of the characters. So I don't think they're like, all right, we need to get these two songs in because they are connected by the same artist.
It's not like it's
I
not
think
like
it just worked out.
it's not like what James Gunn does with his soundtrack writing.
Crimson, I think I'm in the middle of what you're explaining.
Okay.
I don't see it as like we need these two songs, we need a scene to fit these two songs to get these two songs in, but it's not the like afterthought of like, oh wow, we chose two songs that fit. I think it's the middle of like, here's a scene, what song do we think fits? And they chose that song for that scene. And then
Yeah.
they're like, oh, what about this other song? Because we listened to like a whole album of the Drifters. How about this other one for this other scene?
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to say.
Oh, okay.
I said that wrong. But so I agree with that.
All right. Uh, anything else for Act Two? Because like I said, I'm out. So
That is all I have for Act Two.
Crimson.
Yes. Yeah. Good.
All right. Then I think we can move into Act Three. Yay! Spriggs, why do you want to start us out?
I'll start with kind of towards the opening. What does Ham grab off the table to stuff his face with, and then throws it back down?
I
What is he
haven't the
eating?
faintest.
I couldn't tell
Food.
if it was like a rack of ribs or like a thing of like brownies.
Your guess is as good as mine. I don't think it was sushi.
No,
I think it was just
I
I
know
think it
it's a
was just like a
Fourth of July.
generic party table
Yeah,
outside.
4th of July barbecue food, and it was like a dark brown. He used both hands and licked his fingers afterwards.
Brownie maybe would be the most likely. Possibly a hot dog.
I don't think it's a hot dog because he grabbed a hot dog afterwards. He went to the grill and got one.
Oh, then yeah, brownie is probably what he got.
Okay.
Uh, I quite like the baseball scene because it's a very visual way to tell the story of showing the difference between everybody else and Benny. Because
Yeah.
everyone's busy watching the fireworks, while Benny's just running the bases behind them. I quite enjoy that shot. It's cheesy, but it gets the point across. It's good cheese. I like the cheese. They earned the cheese.
Before
I
it
agree. That's good.
blurs, blurs lighting to then a fade transition.
Yeah.
Glad you bring up lighting. Uh, the lighting on their faces don't match up with the fireworks sound
No,
effects.
that is true.
Not even
They're a lot
close.
darker.
That's not what I mean. Um, if their face shows like a pop of green, but there's no pop of a firework. The poppings
Oh,
of a firework exploding doesn't match the colors that pop on their face.
oh, you're talking about at the Sandlot when they're looking up at the fireworks?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha. I thought you were talking about the slow mo when they're running by the ones in the
No.
street.
No, not that. Yeah, when they're looking up and you're getting the flashes of firework lights on them, those don't match up with the sound effects of the fireworks going off.
Gotcha. Yes. Oh, looking at my notes, there was something I forgot to touch on earlier. During the whole s'more bit of like, do you want a s'more with Smalls? In the background, there's a conversation about someone farting, and it's pointed out that it was Bertram. I
Mhm.
think that's another, serving up a double hit kind of earlier, like with the thumbs up situation we talked about.
So
If anyone's picking up what I'm saying.
I I mean, I get the double up you're talking about. I don't know the
So
setup
Bertram
one you're talking about.
farts went during the s'more bit, and then later
Mhm.
on, when the Socias arrive, again, calling them Socias, I don't know, the other team,
That's
and they
fine. Yeah.
call, Ham calls him a fart sniffer. Bertram then sniffs a fart.
Oh, okay. I didn't connect that, but I guess you're right. Good insults back and forth between the Socias and Ham.
It was all right. Definitely not as good as Hook.
You love. I guess you love this too. 30 infinite times. That's right.
There's no paramecium brain.
Um, no, but you got yeah. Play like a girl though. I mean,
That's true. That
that's
is
that's that's the end of everything. Uh, which is pretty funny in terms of like as a kid. That was definitely a thing you hear on the playground. Um, I don't know about anymore about anymore, but uh, at least when we were kids, that was definitely a thing that would be said. You'd hear it on the playground.
oh yeah. Maybe because of this
That would be
movie.
interesting if that's still around or not. No,
Well, in this day and age, Crimson, I'm sure there's worse insults than that.
I'm sure that they just curse.
Oh, I'm gonna. Okay. I'm like, there's things we can't say on this podcast.
Oh yeah, that is true. The world's different from when we were kids.
Also, I was kind of waiting until the end. This movie, I think, is just on the line, like on the very tippy tip line of having too many edits, too many
Uh,
transitional edits.
oh, you mean towards the ending?
I think this is like a movie that was edited in like iMovie and is a theatrical released film. There are so many transitional cuts and edits that I don't think I've ever seen in another film done like this.
What year was this again?
93.
93. I don't know. The 90s were pretty heavy with transitions, so I wouldn't
But you
fault it
have
for that.
fade transitions, circle bloom transitions. You have the
The bloom
whole.
transitions I did not like.
You have the well, the one in this um, act of Ham giving all his quips at the
Yeah,
ball players, that felt like a blooper reel with the swipping. I don't know what to call it, like the flip transition between each joke. And then during the chase with Benny, you have the action like
yeah,
effect transition.
yeah. That one was hit over the head, very apparent.
Yeah. So there's just like a lot used that I think is just on the cusp of being too many. Too many different ones, I'll say. Like they didn't just start like
And
adding like snowflake effect or stars or um like a Batman, swirl transition. Batman
yeah,
66.
that's where you and I usually differ on the number thing. Or I don't think there's like a number of where it could be too many. I think as long as they fit, they fit. The Bloom one that was earlier. I don't remember which particular scene, but that's the only one that stood out to me. Is like, why did they pick this here? Because the quip one that you're saying with the
Circle
flips,
transition timestamp
I think
2224.
yeah, that one I don't think fit. But the one you're talking about with the quips with the flip transitions, I felt like that fit the scene, the tone they
Oh
were
yeah,
going
I
for with
think
the
it fits the
jokes. That
tone
it
and scene.
fits.
It felt like bloopers though.
Yeah, I didn't get that vibe
I feel like
personally.
they Ham could have done like 60 of those and they just chose a couple.
Oh, they probably did. They do that in a lot of movie comedies where the actors just freestyling jokes. I mean, Ryan Reynolds did a whole bunch of those for
Oh,
Deadpool.
that's true.
So I'm sure there was more, but I didn't get a blooper reel vibe off of it.
I'm sure they condensed it down for the editing.
Just pick the best ones.
Yeah. Uh, Speaking of, I guess, the blooper reel on Hamilton, I think he accomplishes two things. They get to play on a real field, and obviously they get to kind of assert their dominance, which is what I really liked about the scene.
Do you think it's a
So,
sense of like guerrilla warfare what Ham's doing?
oh, absolutely. Especially, he's absolutely doing the mind game thing when they're actually playing on the field.
Your sister's over there. She's naked.
She's naked. You think she would date me?
Yeah, I loved it because you know what? He's just tipping it more in their favor. Like he wants to really, stick it to them.
Good thing
And
it wasn't official with an umpire because you're not allowed to do that as a country.
yeah, I mean, obviously it's not an official game, but they're
Yeah.
still playing each other, and I thought it was brilliant because the the other the other team points out like they play in a dirty lot, not an actual field. So not only did they get a free chance to play at an open field by just being outsmarted and insulted, they're basically goaded into letting them play on their field, which is great. And then we get a lot of Ham just really, really digging into their psyche as they come up to bat, which I just think is brilliant. It's really good.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty funny. I I did have a problem with how they depicted them though, where I mean they are real. They're baseball players. They get trained by a coach, presumably. They got uniforms. Uh, but I just feel like they showed them getting too swiftly defeated. It didn't feel like an actual game to me. It's like, look how good the
Yeah,
Sandlots are.
I would.
It was too heavy. I think.
Yeah, I would have appreciated it to be like an actual game. But the point of it that I think they're trying to illustrate is that they show up to a baseball club like, once a week, twice a week, right? Then the Sandlot kids, that's their life. They live it every day. So I think that's what they're trying to draw the distinction.
Mhm.
But I also would have just appreciated that it was a straight up game between the two groups.
Yeah, I think if it was more like neck and neck kind of thing, or Benny giving the team like strategies or play differences or something like that.
Yeah, it just seemed lazy-ish to me.
That's actually,
Uh,
and that goes into a great question. Crimson, would you take out the pool scene to strengthen and make more time for this scene?
If we were gonna
Choose.
reallocate time, yes, I would
Yeah,
absolutely do
absolutely.
that. 'Cause I
Yes,
would
for
already
sure.
take out the pool scene, so if I was to add that to this, yes, I would do that.
Yeah. I would be swayed up by 50-50 from, like, if I had the choice to get a longer scene with this game, I absolutely would do that. Because I think showing them playing against others, it's less because obviously they still do it for their friends, but it shows that it'll show a different side to our characters, their more competitive edge. So they're not just, like, running away with the game, it'll show, like, why they're invested, you can show more
Yeah.
character
A small
reasons,
set. They're
so
just continually playing one long game. There's no innings or plays or changing. It's just
yeah.
one long game. So like playing an actual game that has all that would show a difference.
Well, there's also a level of bias isn't the right word, but playing with the same people over and over again, you get used to it. Like in Halo One, it was couch co-op, so you play with the people at home, and the best player would be the best player for most games. But then once they introduced online in like Halo Two, and the best player goes against random people, the best player is not the best player anymore. So it'd be nice if the Sandlots played against other people, and the other people actually won some stuff. They didn't win the game, but if they actually got points and got an actual competition, would have been nice.
Yeah, and plus it would be cool to see them over tell like help each other overcome their shortcomings because obviously
Yeah,
none of them would be the best at their game. But the Sandlot would be so familiar with each other they could help each other overcome each other's shortcomings, and I think that would have been a nice to thing to add.
would have been good.
Could have been
And
great.
that's when he could have gotten knocked out by a ball. Boom.
Uh, wow, yeah, really working it all together here, aren't we?
Mwah, chef's kiss. Wonderful.
Springs, you got a point?
Just checking where this goes. Good ball goes over the fence. Okay. I was just checking where this act ends. I think it would have been way better if when Smalls brings the Babe Ruth ball and Benny goes, "Your ball, your bat," and Ham distracts him once with your flies down, but his first hit is that home run. I don't think that's great just for the plot's sake. I think it should have been more like the ball was played and gone into Smalls of lowering his nerves or defensive just playing until it was hit over the fence.
So like it wasn't a 1-2 thing because he misses
Yeah,
once, but
misses once
do
That
you
because of
think
the
it
brings
would
a
have been?
and then
that brings a problem
the
though.
first hit he
Yeah,
does, which not necessarily is his first home run. We don't know that,
Yeah.
but his first time with the ball hit is that home run over the fence. Can't play.
The problem is the more they would play with the ball, the higher the odds someone would read it.
yeah. Because Kenny, I mean, one of the things that he does when he's pitching, he spits on the ball, sometimes he looks at the ball, shifts the ball. Like he would see the name on it and he would freak out.
Yeah,
Presumably
that
the
was
other
part of
kids
my
would notice
problem
too.
that they didn't see it, but because it was so short, it could be missed. But if they were playing with it for like half an hour or something, somebody would look at it.
Yeah. And that one, it's just a give and take on what you're trying to accomplish with your story. Because if the ball is played longer, then that introduces the larger issue of them. They would obviously notice the ball because these are all baseball nerds. They would notice when something's signed at some point,
Yeah,
Okay.
especially by the great Bambino.
especially.
Um, I guess knowing that Springs, would you still want to change it, or how would you change it differently?
I. That's a good question. Well, Smalls brought the ball not knowing Babe Ruth, but he knew it was a signed ball. But he brought it and didn't even ask, like, "Hey, do you guys know who this is?" He just brought the
I
ball to
have a
play the
whole
game.
problem with Smalls just taking the ball in the first place. Continue.
So, being that he had the ball and the ball wasn't like like sometimes Benny pitches and throws the ball to himself to hit it. It was
Mhm.
given to Kenny to pitch the ball. I just think there should have been a little more time with it. Not a whole day of playing and no one caught it, but or notice that it was signed, but I think a little more to it than the first hit to drive it over.
Yeah. I think, because they do short passes to each other. They could have done a couple short passes before they pitch it, and then,
Yeah, I
because
feel
the
like the
idea
only
of
one to
doing
inspect the ball would really be Kenny at the pitcher mound. Maybe Ham if throwing it back he caught it because he has a pause with it, but anyone outside I think just throwing the ball around is just throwing the ball around.
yeah, which is why if you're gonna include, I guess, more of them passing the ball on, you can, because Kenny would practice throwing the ball to first base, practice throwing to second base because they're trying to get people out, quote unquote, right? Even though they're just playing a game, and then they pass it to the back to the pitcher, and then they go for the pitch. That would have added more time with the ball without necessarily worrying too much about them spotting it. Um, because that would be a very rapid thing that you do is you pass to your first base or you pass to your second base and then back to the pitcher. The only risk with that addition is that obviously Kenny could still take a moment to look at it.
Yeah,
Um, but I think that's something you could squeeze in there
I just think a little
with
more time.
before it gets too long. Yeah.
I mean, anecdotal proof here for me.
Oh boy.
um, as a pitcher, every time I threw the ball, I looked at the ball in my hand. I don't think there was ever a time where I didn't look at the ball in my hand.
But did you look at the
Yeah.
entirety of the ball?
Uh,
Because if the
I mean, if
name
we're going
is
with
in
the
the glove, like the written sign is in the glove and you're looking at the ball in your hand, is that enough to pass? Like, what if that happened to Kenny? Would that play off of like that's so stupid if it was shown in the movie?
that's why I didn't complain that they threw it once. But if we're going with the multiple pitches, yeah, it would it, maybe not be perfectly lined up, but you could see parts of the signature. Um, so yeah, I would have an issue with that if it was more than the one time we are permitted in this.
The more pitches he makes at the batter, the higher likelihood that Kenny would notice. Um, and to add
Letter,
a bit, sorry.
you said you pitched. Did you look at the ball as well?
Yeah, I have every pitcher has their own ritual. You'll find this out very quickly if you ever pitch the ball. I always look at the first ball. I always look at the ball when it's my first time pitching to a particular person. Then my thing became shuffling my right foot and rubbing my right thumb like uh, to the right over the center of the ball without looking. So I could, because of the sewings in there, I can feel the angle of the ball in my hand, and I angled it to where I wanted it without having to look at it. Because I thought it was more fun to just stare at the batter to intimidate them. So I learned my rituals without necessarily having to look at the ball all the time.
Yeah, I was more of a flashy pitcher where I cupped it around my hand up to my face before I threw it.
Oh, you do the
Stare
full
them down.
motion of like, yeah.
Yeah,
I do that too, but I did that often without looking at it. When you're like, because every pitcher has their own flash and flare as well when they're throwing, and a lot of it's we spent an hour in my physics class talking about pitchers and the biomechanics that go into throwing the ball in my community college back in the day.
That's
And
yeah,
pretty cool.
it's pretty crazy.
yeah, fun stuff.
This is a question I don't know if either of you two would know. I didn't look into it. Could kids in 1962 buy chewing tobacco?
I
Uh,
don't know.
I'm gonna go
It
with
was more
probably no,
acceptable.
but I'll look it up.
Yeah, it's not. I don't think the adults would be like, "Hey, you guys aren't supposed to be chewing that." I think it was accepted, but I don't know if it was allowed to be purchased. That one I don't know.
Like I can see it passive, like, oh, I'm getting this for my dad.
So many baseball players died from mouth and throat cancer from chewing tobacco, but that became a whole later thing. That obviously when it was popular. This is
All
the
right,
latest tattoo of
minors were
Hunchback.
prohibited starting in 1920s. from the ages of 14 to 24. They were not allowed to buy chewing tobacco.
Then Bertram
So
stole it.
presumably he stole it. Yeah, he either got someone else to buy it for him, or he stole it from somebody else's stash.
Yeah, possibly father or something.
Also, I know we've touched on the whole fair bit, uh, the tilt around or whatever. I
Mhm.
think it might be one of, if not the most popular scenes in cinema history to use the song Tequila.
Bold claim. It's possible. Possible. Popular. I don't know if I'd claim that. I wouldn't know what to claim that.
One other comes to mind, and it is certainly not as big as this one, and that's when it's used in the first Night at the Museum movie.
Mhm.
Cecil's
At
at a
the
party.
end.
No, that's toward the beginning when he calls about the list, and Cecil's at a party.
Oh, okay. You're talking about tequila again. Okay. Um, well, my knowledge is limited on what movies I've watched, so I couldn't be able to claim such things.
I did Pee Wee Herman ever sing Tequila?
Ooh,
No clue.
Pee Wee's Play Big Adventure. Shoot, was that the song he sung in the bar?
I think so. Yeah. I think Pee Wee Herman sang Tequila. So I'm gonna go with no. I disagree with your points, Max. I mean, I have a few picks. I got Tequila from Practical Magic, which we've talked about on the show. I got Tequila from Baby Driver, which we've referenced on the show, the movie, not the song. And then I got Pee Wee Herman Tequila. Those are the three that come to my head.
Pee
That's
Wee.
not this.
Yeah, the Pee Wee Herman one is close, but I think this one stands more, at least for me.
Um, I don't really know if I'm picking. Wait, are we picking which one's more iconic, or are we picking which
Oh,
one's more like?
he's saying the song "Tequila" might be the most used song, right? In just movies. Is that what you're
No,
saying?
no, 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 no. That's not what I'm saying.
Oh,
I'm saying
I completely misunderstood what you're
when you
saying.
hear the song Tequila, what's the
What
first
do you think
movie
of
that
that?
comes to mind?
Completely
I
misunderstood what
think
you're
it's
saying.
Sandlot. Like I hear the Tequila song, I can envision the whole fairground scene in my head.
Man,
The Pee Wee
see,
Herman one, I think just has too much other stuff going on. But then again, I haven't seen it in a while. I think like the bikers and everything around.
I think, yeah, if I'm picking the one that's most iconic for me, it's Practical Magic. Because like I said, I've seen Sandlot a few times, but I've seen Practical Magic a lot more. So that one gets more stuck in my head.
And that's
So I
for
think
me.
that's
I've
just
seen
virtue of
Practical Magic
content of what I've seen.
once. So
Yeah, that's the virtue of content that I've seen in my head the most. It'd be Practical Magic. Then I'd probably pick Baby Driver because I think I like Baby Driver's action sequence, and then I'd probably put Sandlot.
Tequila
Sandlot
is
would
a
be
good
number
one
three.
in Baby Driver. The warehouse bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sandlot would be my number three on my when I think about Tequila being in songs. I think I remember this scene more than the Pee Wee Herman one.
And sadly, I mean, maybe sadly or whatever, could be heresy of what I'm saying, but I think the Night at the Museum one is above Practical Magic.
I don't remember Night of the Museum at all.
Yeah.
I kind of blocked that movie out of
Well,
my brain, unfortunately,
it
at this point.
sounds like it's pretty much just what you've seen the most.
Could
Yeah,
be.
I it could be.
So
I've seen I used to see
That's my
Night at the
own
Museum a
experience talking.
lot. Yeah, I seen Night at the Museum a lot when I was growing up, and none of the sequels. I saw the third one once, and that was good enough for me. Um, but so the tequila one's in the first one, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't
with
remember where
their
it is.
retirement party when he calls for
Oh,
help.
yeah. Okay.
Dick
Yeah,
Van
no
Dyke
wonder
just
I forgot
screams
about that.
tequila over a phone.
Yeah.
Tequila.
Tequila. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. No. See that I don't really. Yeah. That was too short for me to count. I guess in my head.
Yeah, it's not the whole song.
Yeah.
You know what?
Uh,
Let
Well,
us
nothing
know
to song
wherever you're
that.
listening from in the comments What do you think is the biggest scene in a film to use the song tequila?
There you go.
It could be from
Yeah.
something we haven't even mentioned.
I'm sure there are more out there.
Oh yeah, there are probably plenty.
On the topic of the chewing tobacco, I didn't really like that none of them like spit it out immediately. Well, one of them spits it out before they get on the ride, but I would imagine just the taste alone would be like it's like when in movies and shows like a kid that drinks coffee and they're like
For the
ugh,
first time. Yeah.
yeah. I would imagine chewing tobacco would be very similar in that it's disgusting. So,
Well, I would agree with you. Little fun fact I do know about the chewing tobacco in the film, which still, with that premise, is still agreed upon. Uh, for the film, it actually was not real chewing tobacco. It was actually a mixture of beef jerky and licorice. But I feel like a
Oh.
combination of beef jerky and licorice would still be disgusting.
I don't know why they did
Oh.
that.
I guess maybe to mimic the look, maybe? That still sounds horrible. Like French fries in a milkshake, that's
That's
passable. That's
passable.
good.
Uh,
I can't
Another
imagine
problem.
black licorice flavored meat. That sounds revolting.
No, I mean black licorice by itself is already hard to stomach. Uh, but yeah, another problem with chewing tobacco I had was the whole vomit stuff. There was no chewing tobacco. That most of them still had it in their mouth.
Yeah.
Oh, the chewing tobacco isn't the thing they regurgitated, is what you're saying.
Well, it's in most of their mouths. We see one spit it out before they go on the ride. But then they all puke, so the vomit would have to go through the tobacco.
Yeah, so it
So
would come out with
it
them.
would be
Yeah.
Yeah.
with the vomit.
Yeah. Obviously the getting high and going around in circles was didn't help.
Yeah.
Um
And none of their hairs matched the spinning either because they didn't really move. The hair
No,
wasn't
the
moving.
ride was interesting. I couldn't even tell if the ride was really spinning the seats because
I don't think it was spinning the seats.
there's instances where it looks like it's slightly going backwards.
well yeah, it does reverse. Yes.
Yeah,
That's normal. At least from my experience.
it just looked a
You
lot more
ride
like they were going up and down by the turn of it, and not so much like going forward or going backward. But that could have just
it's
been the shots
certainly
of the whole, the ride from the
possible.
outside. Look,
Hmm. No, I remember it turning, but again, I have to
when it's a
watch it
close
again.
up on an individual character on the ride, it's definitely going forward. You can see them moving around. But on the outside of the
Okay,
whole
but
ride, it just looks
the
like the seats
external
are kind
shot.
of stationary and it's just tilting around.
There were some close-up shots in there where I actually, well, they could have just zoomed in, but it felt like they were on the platform, which was what was dangerous.
Oh, I don't know that.
Filming wise,
Oh, film.
not the
Oh, okay. Yeah,
characters.
yeah, yeah. Okay. Sorry, I thought you
Not
meant
the
like
characters,
the characters
but the
on the
actual
stand. I'm like, I
camera.
don't remember. I don't.
No, 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 no,
I
no.
don't think that happened.
You're right. It did not. I'm referring more to the camera, where the camera, like his tripod, would be set up.
Yes. Okay.
Small's got a him run his second try. Good for him.
Yeah, to drive the plot.
Yep, pretty much.
Yeah.
And
Yep.
then
Yep.
again, his
Yep.
second try with the Babe Ruth ball. Again, don't know if that's his first home run ever.
I would
Yeah. Me too. Not.
presume not, but
Even first home run with the ball going over the Beast's fence.
yeah.
Actually, I feel like one of them said something
Well, Benny did say
about
your
that.
ball, your hit. And is that the first instance Smalls has been up to hit?
No, I don't think.
No,
At this point,
I
I
mean
don't
once
think.
it passed the fence and they were all looking at it, I feel like someone referenced his home run. Other than yeah, you're supposed to turn. Other than that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't count it.
Well, it's also funny they congratulated Smalls of like, "Hey, good hit," or whatever, but once Ham did it, they're like, "Now we can't play anymore."
Well, he hasn't done it yet. Maybe that's why. So like Ham does it maybe frequently or has done it many times before. So like they usually give you a pass when you do it the first time because you can feel the elation.
Yeah,
But you
or
know,
Ham had they know Ham well enough has the control to not do such a thing, but he chose to. Whereas Smalls, it's like
yeah.
kind of first instance, so doesn't know his full power.
I think another thing that adds to him getting the home run is because Ham is doing that thing. He's chiding with him and insulting him. It's part of his thing, where he's
Yeah, your
messing
fly is
with
down.
him, which is why I think it gave him the vigor to do it. And it just happens to be unfortunately be some girl named Babe Ruth that signed the ball.
Yeah, Baby Ruth.
Hey, bada swing.
Which is another question. Again, more research I did not do. I apologize. When was the Babe Ruth candy bar invented?
I don't know the answer to
uh,
that one.
I have no idea.
Because if that was
I know
before
Never.
Babe Ruth
60,
died in the 40s.
okay, I'm like, if that was before 62, I feel like that's more indication that Smalls should have some connection. So I'm leaning on that it was after.
I'll look it up. It's created in 1920.
The candy bar?
Babe Ruth Candy Bar, 1920.
All right, Smalls, you really should recognize the name more.
I
Well,
mean,
no,
he's very
no.
introverted. Clearly,
He's not gonna connect the name of a candy bar to an autograph on a ball. No.
I don't think Smalls is a big Babe Ruth candy bar guy.
yeah, it's fine.
I think we
Yeah,
can
it's
take
okay.
that away from
Reese's is
this.
better anyway, and so is
We can
Twix.
take that away. Wait, what did you just say?
He said Reese's
No,
and
I said,
Twix.
yeah, better than Babe
What about
Ruth
them?
Candy Bar. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I thought they were saying they were worse than a Babe Ruth. I'm like, what are you talking about?
No, 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 no. They're better. Babe Ruth.
That's a heresy.
Look.
I don't want to know where I
I get.
stand.
Well, you're
Oh,
Snickers, Milky Way. You're the side guy. You're the side
Thank
candy
you.
guy.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I prefer a Babe Ruth over a Reese's or a Twix.
that's disappointing.
A Babe Ruth is a Snickers without the caramel.
Yeah, I don't like Snickers, so.
I don't like caramel. Twix is no thank you.
I like caramel if it's well balanced. That's why Twix has kind of risen a lot for me in the recent years. Is because I didn't like caramel growing up, but I found that it's enjoyable if it's well balanced. So,
You 100 grand guy?
no.
Good one though. Far better than a payday bar.
It is. Ugh, that's just nougat and peanuts.
There we go. We can all agree. Payday sucks.
Hey, common ground.
Yeah. Yay! Neutral ground. All right. So, Crimson. Anything for Act 3? 3?
I guess the last thing would just be uh, Benny blowing up the ball.
Oh,
Oh,
the omen.
Yes, the omen. I wish that had more of an impact on things. I don't know what I would do to make it feel like it has an impact, but I feel like that's such a big thing and it didn't feel big to me. I don't know. I don't know
yeah.
how to rationalize what I'm saying.
I yeah. My thing about it, look, hitting the skin off a ball can happen, but not to a ball you bought that day.
It was a cruddy ball.
Manufacturing error.
Yeah, factory error.
Yeah.
It wasn't stitched all the way.
One thing that was also funny about it is that it was like pure white when they hit it, and then the skin falls off, and it's not pure white on the ground. Like it's just extremely dirty. Like if they've been using it for hours upon
Oh,
hours.
No, they just got dirty hands.
so they just have to look at it and it gets dirty.
Yeah.
Is this
All right.
is this the hit where the bat was really dusty?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah.
the
They
impact.
clearly dusted it up for the effect.
And like Matthew Patel and Scott Pilgrim, like, he's covered in dust to add to the cool movements he does.
Pirates are in.
Pirates are in this year. You will pay for your insolence.
All right.
Mr. Pilgrim.
We'll cover Scott Pilgrim another day.
Willie.
Maybe one day. Spriggs, you have anything left for this act?
No, I do not. We kind of covered pretty much the whole fairground earlier, and everything else has been touched on in my notes.
All right. I think my last thing is the rehash of all the nicknames for Babe Ruth.
They did.
It was good.
I didn't write any of them down, but they did do that.
I wrote them in the
Soul
chat for you.
Sweat,
So
Colossus of Clout, Great Bambino.
the King of Crash. Uh,
Oh,
um,
I get. Well, it's kind of both acts here for this one and the next one. It's real close. But this is where Bill says he's going to Chicago for a week. Yes.
oh
It says you're a
yeah.
man in the house. And then they ask Smalls, when does your old man get back? And he goes, I don't know.
Any time.
Yeah,
He could show up
anytime.
anytime. Yeah, I had the same issue. He
I
just wasn't
mean,
listening to him, I
he
guess.
could be mixed of not listening. He could be stressing out. I mean, he did nearly faint. You tend
Uh,
to not remember things well when you're stressing out. Oh, really?
but yeah, I picked up on that as well. Um,
Yeah.
could be a writing mistake. Could just be read in that he just wasn't listening to Bill.
I think it just
But
plays into a
I don't
child
think
not
that was the
feeling
case.
well kind of answer. They give you a lot of
Could
I
be.
don't knows.
Yeah. Does his best Tom Holland impression of "I don't feel so good." Um,
Actually, other way around. This is something Sinister would say. Tom Holland was the one who imitated Smalls here.
yeah, that's true. Guess it did come first.
Oh shoot. Okay, one more point. I forgot to bring up.
All
I
right.
touched on it, but we didn't actually cover it.
Okay.
Was Smalls actually taking the ball? Who thinks that makes sense with his character, and who thinks that's nonsense? I'm on the nonsense team.
Taking the
I think that
ball.
makes him too stupid. He
Oh,
knows it's a valued ball. Why would you take it? He knows it's signed. He doesn't know who it is, but he
okay.
acknowledges that it's signed by a woman.
It's the
So
same
there's some
reason.
significance.
There
It's in
was
the
an
trophy room.
I think there was
It's the
enough
same.
pause overlooking the casing of what do we do now? We just got this ball. What do we do for Smalls to go? Well, I do have a ball. And I don't know if it's necessarily peer pressured because as soon as he says it, all of them like gain up on him, like, go get it.
I think I'm okay with it. He doesn't understand the value of it, whether it's signed or not. Doesn't It's meaningless to him. His time that he values is with his friends. It's
Yeah.
the same reason that kids will open up collectors toys and stuff like that that could potentially sell for thousands later on, but for them right now it's just a toy. They don't understand the concept of the value of of its worth beyond the
I
means
don't.
of them playing with it.
I don't mean monetary worth. I mean he. Once the ball is gone, it's past the fence. He knows he's in trouble.
Yeah, because it's Bill's ball
That
that it won't get
means he
back.
knew that grabbing the ball in the first place, that it wasn't something he should do.
Well, his idea is he'll just put it back
I
the
see
next
it
day.
more as it's the group problem and not Smalls. Much like when we touched on earlier, they didn't tell Smalls about the beast until it came to a point to tell him. I think the same thing happens with the great Bambino, Babe Ruth, when they were in the outside the drugstore, and he said, "I lied," and it's like, "Oh yeah, I thought you meant the great Bambi." There was never a point where they explained to him who that actually is. They never said, "Oh, have you
I,
heard about Babe Ruth?" There's no talking about that until this moment where they fill him in, which
I don't
again
think
is the
they
group
would need
not
to.
telling Smalls everything and keeping him in the dark on things.
I think
Keeping him in the dark.
I think for
I mean,
over a
how many
month,
baseball players would they have to tell
I
him?
just think since they've had Smalls, they would have definitely talked about Babe Ruth at some point. I mean, they talked about Babe Ruth when Smalls and Benny weren't even present at the drugstore.
And you could think they're talking about an old lady. I don't know.
And you lean more that Smalls would never question, why do you always talk about this old lady?
I see Smalls as dumb, so yeah, I would think that.
I'm pondering over. I
Silence is
think no, I'm
deafening.
pondering. I think it's fine because Smalls doesn't know. and I think it's the group's fault for not telling him who Babe Ruth is a lot sooner, or questioning him like,
I,
"Hey, do you know this ball player?" Or
why is it on them to do that?
because he's new to the team, he's new to the group, he's their ninth. They've already witnessed him
So
not being
so
able
they
to
have to
catch or
talk to them
throw.
about they have to talk to them about professional baseball players. That's how that
I'm trying to think
works.
of what other conversations will they have for a whole day playing ball.
I don't know. Get to know each other.
I mean, even Ham
They have
points to
had
the outfield
lives,
and imitates Babe Ruth, and they all
but he
laugh
wouldn't know
because
that
they
was a
think
reference.
they all laugh at him because they think that's good because they call on it earlier when he did his hit was 400 feet home run. They'll laugh. They're like, "Oh yeah, Ham's gonna get a 400-foot home run with that reference," and Smalls has no clue because he doesn't understand it.
That's right, but I don't see what your point in that is.
I don't see this group as keeping someone a part of a baseball group unknowledged of baseball, especially when you spend time with them every day.
So, I guess my issue with that is that it shows, well, not necessarily issue. The I interpret Smalls also as kind of dumb, kind of uncreams his team there, but he also lies blatantly to pretend that he knows what they're talking about. So they don't he never gives them any reason to explain further. That's how he gets bath through the original Bambino conversation. Is he lies that he knows what it is they're talking about.
So the one-time
So we
instance has enough weight for him to go said weeks or month, possibly over summer, of continually lying or just continually keeping his mouth shut around conversations of such. Like no one's asking him questions about a
Well, he would lie that he
player.
would lie that he knows what they're talking about. That's what I'm saying. Is like he's trying to look cool. That's something that's a theme that's kind of plays throughout the film several times. The kids are trying to look cool. That's why they're doing tubes. About all the pros do it. They're trying to be cool.
Okay, then if it's over that course, then I will go on to what Crimson's saying of Smalls just being stupid and not picking up enough hints and clues of who Babe Ruth is, since
Oh,
they're
okay,
always
with
talking about him.
this breaks. Do you have problems that they're not talking about like Jackie Robinson and a bunch of other baseball players? Then
I feel like they could be. It's just not focused because that's not the ball that's signed for the film. I mean, it
I
could have
don't
been
think
other members of the Murders Row, which they bring up at the end. Like that could be in conversation, but it's the Babe Ruth ball that's focused on. That's why they're talking about Babe Ruth and Babe Ruth visits Benny in the Dream and stuff like that. But if those other ball players are being brought up around Smalls, you're saying he's just like, oh yeah, I know who that is, lying the entire time of all the other players, or was it just the first instance meeting the group of nerves to lie about Babe Ruth?
and we don't see it, so it's whatever you think he would do as a character. I think if he lied enough, he would commit to it.
I don't
Whether
think the
once
group
is enough for him, then then that then that'll be it.
I don't think the group over the whole summer or whatever only talks about Babe Ruth. And that's it. I think it's any baseball player, team, event that's happened.
Yeah, we're only seeing the Babe Ruth stuff because that's the most relevant to the
Yeah.
story. So presumably we're skipping past the part where they're telling each other their life stories and baseball stories.
So in that case, if Smalls is just nodding along and not saying much to just go along with stuff, then yes, stupid of him to take the Babe Ruth ball because he never picked up on them talking about it or the significance of it. Because he even brings up, it's like, oh, that's the same guy. He didn't even connect that. He thought they were all different people.
Yeah. I have a question for you, Crimson. Was that your original criticism that he wouldn't take the ball because it's signed, or that he would get in trouble for the
No,
ball
that
and he
he
has to
obviously
keep it?
know there's significance to it. You kind of attribute it to financial. I wasn't meaning that,
Yeah, yeah.
but
That's why I
he
wanted you
knows
to
there's
clarify.
significance to it. Whether or not it was signed, it was in his stepdad's trophy room, set up as a trophy. He knew it was gifted by somebody. He thought was someone, some woman, but he knew it was signed by somebody. He doesn't know the significance of the somebody. He knows it's in the trophy room, and as you brought up, him and the stepdad don't have much of a relationship. can be an odd relationship. So him jumping past that awkward relationship and then invading his space and taking from him, I think is outside the scope of his character to the point where it's just stupid. It's for the plot, I think.
I guess I'll have to sit on that in terms of whether I think it's out of character for Smalls. Because, like, if we're talking in terms of whether it's in character, we do have to include the not necessarily peer pressure, but the expectation now that everyone has that he knows he has a ball. And in his mind, he's going to return it when he's done with it. So, like, it'll be like it was never gone.
Also, nobody questions why this instance Smalls brings up that he has a ball throughout the entirety of summer so far of them constantly having to buy them.
Up
Mm,
until he says it's my stepdad's.
well, that's after the whole conundrum.
Yeah, that's after the whole.
Um, um, I don't know. I mean, he's still. We don't really know how much time. We're assuming weeks or months, but
We know
we
2
don't
weeks before
actually
summer,
know.
2 weeks before school got
And
out,
then
and 4th
4th
of
of
July
July.
passed.
So how much time could that be?
A month.
That could be
A
maybe
month and a
2 months
week.
at most. A
Yeah.
month and a week. At least I would say 2 months at most, maybe
I don't know if
for the
this
whole
movie ever
summer.
hits August. I'll say that.
Probably not. No one complains about temperature getting colder or anything. Granted, I don't know Utah's weather, so I don't know on that one. I don't know. I wouldn't expect other people to volunteer their balls if we already have a system in place to get new ones.
I mean, I do think it was the pressure of it, of like, now we can't play. What are we going to do? We just bought one. No one has the funds to get another. So I think that was all weighed on Smalls. And it's like, oh, yeah, I know where a ball is. And then everyone jumped on him.
That is what happened. I agree. The pressure of them missing out on a day of fun was why he blurted that out.
Yeah.
But I just don't think he was dumb enough to commit to it. I mean, I think he was.
Do you think he
What
would
you
have
got? What I
come
was
with
saying?
the ball and asked, hey, who is this signed by, rather than just initially starting
No,
playing? Because he didn't like even try to get a word in. And people were like, no, let's just keep playing, like ignoring him.
no. He thought it was just some woman, and there's no woman baseball players, right? 60s. That would be the
No,
mindset for these people. So he wouldn't question it.
just pondering. Um,
I will say the 60s of no women baseball players, not entirely true. But,
On a male team.
oh, yeah. Separate team. Yes.
uh, I should look that up. I want to see when professional baseball took off.
Crimson, you thinking about the World War II thing?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, started in 1943. Oh, that's the temporary one. That was the World War II one.
Yep.
So I have no problem with him not ask or clarifying the autograph. In his head, it makes sense that it's just some woman.
The problem, so the issue, your issue here is the character problem. He would never be too stupid enough to do this. Yeah, right.
Yeah, to go into his stepdad's study in his trophy room and take one of his possessions when they aren't very close to start with.
Is pressure enough to override stupidity?
I think
Not
so.
necessarily conducive to this particular case, but
I'd say with
overall.
the way he reacts to when it is gone, I think he would know the severity if something were to happen
I think he's
to
been stuck in
where
a
he
sense of
wouldn't commit to it.
naivety since the beginning of the group of just going along with things. I think the reason he gets nervous is because he knows the story of the beast of what happens if the ball goes over that fence. If he hit
And
the
he
ball just
knows this
right
this parti
and went
and
over
you're
a
right in
different
this
fence, it would have been fine.
and you're right in the sense that he also knows that this particular ball is at least special to his stepdad. So he would feel he knows he's gonna get in trouble, he just doesn't know how much trouble he's in.
Yeah. I mean, his mom could have walked in there and found it gone and asked him about it later. If you want to go with smaller stakes like that, doesn't have to be the he's thinking the ball could be lost. It could be that as well. He could get caught by his mom because she obviously knows about it.
I just I don't know. I think this is yeah, this is technically the next act, but uh, you know, anything else for your act three?
No,
No. Sorry, I thought this act ended with the ball going over the fence.
Yeah, it does. So we're covering a lot of it, so it's fine. All right, I guess we're on to Act Four. So the ball is now over the fence. Yay!
end of the world.
End of the world. Uh, they go through a bunch of Home Alone contraptions. Well, they're more complicated than Home Alone, but
The first one I would not call a Home Alone one.
I mean, there's some low level Home Alone traps like the ornaments on the ground and the cars on the ground. Very low level stuff.
True, but over a stick or a broom
and
handle?
look, they're starting at tech level one. All right, they gotta get experience to upgrade their tech levels to get more advanced attempts at getting the ball.
Something I'll touch on here is I think it's problematic that Squints was always having his eye on the ball and not keeping an eye out for the beast.
100%
Yeah,
agree.
He
yeah,
should
I
have been
agree.
watching the beast the whole time.
He kept teleporting at every single event. Like, oh my god, he's here while he's eating it.
Yeah,
Where'd he come from? I don't know. Maybe the doghouse?
And their answer to abort was just screaming.
Yeah, terrible.
Even
uh,
Squints is like, "What's going on?"
I
On the
mean,
third
it's
attempt,
clear.
what's going on up there?
Again,
Ah, and
it's
runs away.
it's very much like they're really afraid of the dog, the beast.
Well,
Uh,
Of course, it
what
ate
was the name? Yo Yo?
173
Yo Yo?
thieves and a kid.
yeah, I was thinking that they should have one person who always has down the ball, and they should have another person who's always looking out for the dog. So you get two people doing the job.
Yeah. Crimson, what were you asking?
Uh, what was it? Yo Yo or something?
Yeah,
The
yeah,
one that gets yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
The one that
The fourth attempt.
gets propelled in. Uh, no one alerts him when the dog's up to his face.
No, which would have been Squints' job.
Horrible.
Also, we'll touch on now. As soon as Yaya had the ball, he should have thrown it over the fence.
yeah,
100%.
hundred
No
percent.
disagreement.
Yeah, shouldn't have dropped it. Should have thrown it. Been a man about it. Uh, also, I just find it funny that they gave the person with the worst eyesight the job of watching.
That is comical. I guess it could have been Bertram too. They both wear glasses.
Yeah.
Oh, that would have been funny. They put the two people with glasses up there, and like they can't see. The joke is they actually can't see. So
Well,
it just
which one
adds.
kept the glasses at the pool? Because that one would probably have the worst vision
Bertram.
if they
That'd
needed.
be
No, no,
Squints.
no. Sorry, yeah. Bertram didn't have his
Yeah,
glasses at the pool. Squints kept them on.
yeah. So he's probably got better vision if he doesn't need them at the pool. If you were to apply that tech logic towards it.
Then yes, I guess it is more comical that Squints is the lookout with a makeshift cereal box telescope or periscope.
Yeah, periscope. He didn't really need it either. You could see through that hole pretty easily. But more towards the arts and crafts of the heist of the ball. More kid attributes.
There's another 1-2 situation, much like with the thumbs up and the fart sniffing that we've touched on. There was, I believe it was said by Ben. Yeah, it was said by Benny here that he said people say he was less than a god but more than a man. You know, like Hercules or something. When the dog's
Mhm.
name is Hercules. But I know it's in reference to
Yeah.
Babe Ruth. But then again, Myrtle could have named the dog Hercules after Babe. Then again, that's naming his dog after his friend.
That's what I was gonna say. He does have a connection to Babe Ruth to warrant naming his dog after him.
But also the lineup of all
Because
the names of Babe Ruth, you know, Great Bambino and so on, they'd never say Hercules if it was a nickname.
well, this took place in 1967, right? No, 62. Founders Day,
This is 62,
1962.
yeah.
Yeah. The dog backstory was 20 years ago, so that'd be 42. What year did Babe die? I know it was 40s, but I don't know. What year specific?
Oh, you're saying Myrtle got the dog when Babe died?
Name the dog after he died. Would be maybe. Let's see.
Possibly.
No, he died in 48. So dog was named before he
Well,
died.
then again, that's going if Squince's fact on that is true.
If that's true, yeah. I mean, let's see. We get narrator Smalls at the end saying Hercules lived 199 days, dog years,
Yeah, that's like
which is
28
roughly
years.
28. Yeah, roughly 28 years. So
Which
that
is
would be in
impressive.
line with the 20-year backstory part,
Which is
potentially.
impressive. Not impossible, but still impressive.
Especially for a large dog. Usually, the larger the dog, the shorter expectancy.
Yeah.
Not impossible. There's a dog alive right now that's, I think, 32. Oh,
That's getting close to 199. Joking, other way
yeah.
around.
Eh.
Yeah, I
Of course, I
was
was
like,
talking about human years.
yeah, that was.
I don't know if any of you caught it. I realize what it is, but at around 1 hour and 10 minute mark, 10 minute 10 second mark, there was a squeaky toy going off in the background. Anyone catch that?
Eh,
Yep.
Is that while there is that in the dog pen still?
That's when we have the POV of Hercules looking through his dog pen or his doghouse, looking out. I think he sees. This is the third attempt, so it's like the suction mitt with the vacuums. I believe that's what it is. But you hear a squeaky toy in the background. I didn't know why. It's then apparent in the next part with the fifth attempt with the metal, the catapult launcher situation. The squeaky toy is part of the music.
Oh,
Interesting.
It's very apparent for the fifth one. Right when the ramp goes down and it's panning up the ramp, you can hear that squeaky toy just in the music mixed in. But it's not very well mixed in earlier in that third attempt in that point of view shot, which really stood out to me. It also sounds really far away.
okay.
So it just sounded weird and off, but it's played into the music and not an actual sound effect of the scene. At least I think so. I think they're both a squeaky toy noise, but one's actually incorporated in the music later, and one, to me, wasn't.
Hmm.
Yeah, we'll
Okay.
take your word for it.
Yeah.
'Cause I did not pick up the squeaky music.
Uh,
Are we supposed to assume that Mr. Myrtle? I forgot. Yeah, Mr. Myrtle was not home during all this hijinks. 'Cause, he would have heard this stuff.
Well,
you would have heard the
He's like,
explosion for
are you
sure.
the ones making noise? But the noise levels here would be enough to leave the house and
yeah,
investigate.
you're making that racket, which something in the last act that's insane. But I mean, he's blind; he's not deaf.
Yeah. Well, and I wrote down during the vacuum part. Okay, so turn off the vacuum. Boom. I'm like, oh, okay. Where's the police in the neighborhood? Oh, nope, nothing on that either.
Oh, the dust explosion.
Yeah. Again, that's why I really subscribe to the narrator theory because that explains all that away.
I guess that, yeah, that would be true.
for for that one.
He's
Yeah.
like, oh, it exploded dust. And it's like, but to a kid, it was like an explosion of the treehouse.
Yeah. And the same thing,
Yeah.
all the metal contraptions getting broken. That's just through the kid's point of view.
That one I don't subscribe to because uh, the one with the pan, the pole in the pan, uh, through the lens of it being a real dog, wouldn't be able to even get it past the fence. Not in the crazy far way to where a kid could exaggerate it being mangled and thrown over the fence. Uh, that would just have to be made up then. Instead of, oh, the dog took the pan in reality, and then he's like, he took the pan, mangled it, threw it over the
But
fence, and
we
it was
touched on
destroyed.
earlier. We already know
That would just
Smalls is
be
a liar.
false.
Well, I mean, that's what I'm saying. Yeah,
But is
that
he an
that feeds into my
exaggerator?
point. It's an unreliable narrator. This is how he tells the story because this is how he's remembers it
Well, there's a difference
to a
between
degree.
lying about it and then exaggerating it. Like the explosion with the vacuums, yeah, it could be a little explosion, and he's like, it blew up the whole treehouse. But that actually happened. The vacuums blew up. But I can't see the sign pan getting chucked over the fence for him to
And mangled.
exaggerate, because we get an exaggerated view of that. But in reality, the dog probably just pulled the pole, and it was just stuck on the other side. So that was just a lie. That wasn't an exaggeration. That's where I'm stuck with the whole faulty narrator, because he'd have to be making up stuff at certain points to cover
I
for these things instead of
well, I said
just
I'm not.
exaggerating them like a kid would.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's an unreliable narrator. This is just I don't see the dissonance in between your perspective and mine right now. Sorry. Uh, I guess all that adds to me for the unreliable narrator aspect, if that makes sense. I don't. I guess I'm trying to figure out where our confusion is. Well, I guess
So
it's just
Well,
on
the
the
confusion,
literal.
Crimson's
a
saying the
narrator is through the
narrator's
eyes of an
story,
adult Smalls,
yeah.
and at
Yes.
this
So the
point,
metal
he
bending
would
and
be
everything
lying
is a
about the
lie
story.
because that's not what actually
The
occurred.
bending's the lie. It's not him remembering like as a kid. Oh, and the pole got pulled away and then chucked over. That that didn't happen as a kid, obviously, because a real dog couldn't do that. So he made that up and is now telling that as a story as an adult instead of just being as an adult like, oh yeah, well obviously that didn't happen. He just pulled it in,
Oh, okay.
Like
because
how
the
far?
story is through a child's lens of how adult
Yeah.
uh, Smalls is remembering
Well,
it.
as you're saying, you
But
bit
obviously,
the
as an
first
adult,
one,
he'd be like, that obviously didn't happen.
bit the stick,
So
makes sense. You bit the
yeah,
pipe of the vacuum, caused the explosion, makes sense. How does a dog bend metal and chuck it over a
chuck it over
fence?
a fence.
Like,
Yeah.
what's the
Okay.
exaggeration point of that?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, that's where
If
I'm trying to get at
Okay,
is
got it, okay.
exaggeration through or lying. I and in that case, I would see the pan thing being a lie
So,
and not an
well,
exaggeration.
yeah, so would you see so is that a lie then? Not the if we're going with the unreliable narrator sense, is that a lie?
I'm definitely on a
Yes.
yes. Because even if the
Okay.
bare minimum is like it bent the metal, how did a dog can't bend the metal?
Yeah. Yeah, the best defense is that it's like the exaggerated part is it was cardboard, but now it is metal. And they're in the way that he tells the story to exaggerate the beast. But there's nothing proving that in the story. So I that's a headcanon.
Mm.
uh did I ask what you I kinda got cut off. Did you guys have your favorite traps? What was your favorite attempt?
Oh, I didn't hear that at all. Um, favorite attempt
Can I go with
would
Benny's? Just
be,
jumping the fence because it
how are
worked.
we counting that?
No.
Okay.
Yeah, uh, mine would be the pan because that's probably what I would do in the scenario.
Yeah, that would be the logical one that everyone would go to first is the pen, I think. I think
If I
beyond
was
that,
deciding to actually do this, because I wrote in my notes why didn't ask him, Myrtle, and then by the end they make a joke out of it because I didn't remember that watching it for the pod that came up.
um, I think my favorite attempt was the catapult launcher.
It's the most elaborate.
The It's the most elaborate, but also lends to I was gonna say Sam. It's not Sam. It's Scotty's. Smalls. It's his thing. He builds those contraptions for fun. So he made a little catapult robot, which I quite liked.
Yeah, I think out of the five, I'm gonna go with the vacuum.
Right.
And the reason I like the vacuum one is it gave the twins an actual funny joke. One of the twins.
I just like the relay of also the screaming. So Squint says something to Timmy to relay to the top of like the power to Bertram and Smalls, and then Squint just screams. So Timmy relays a scream, and it's just panic.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Also, was it Benny? Oh shoot, I think it was Benny, but they just like dive bomb, like plummet over Ham on the ladder to get out of the treehouse.
That wasn't Benny, that was Bertram, I
That was
think.
Bertram who just dives over.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and then Benny's also one of the ones that jumps, but yeah, Bertram was the one that dolphin dives over him. Yeah, the escape from the house when it was gonna blow was pretty good. That was pretty fun. I have it written down as like it was Looney Tunes level with the twin that just walked out there like nothing happened. He just blew dust around.
Oh yeah, just coated. And it was that point after the third attempt. We've been doing this all wrong.
Yeah, he's just completely straight faced. And
Uh,
they try the. I think the lead my least favorite one is the obviously the person attempt one.
yeah, the
Oh, the yeah
Yaya
yeah
one. I
Yeah.
feel like they would have talked to the guy before committing to killing one of their friends, you know? But maybe that's just me.
Yeah, I
'Cause,
would have liked to see
they
the
all thought it was
conversation
I
around
feel
that.
suicide
like
to
if they
go on
went
the
as a
other side of that
group,
fence.
it would have been fine. Not just send one person, because the fear is like sending one kid, they get kidnapped and they get eaten by the dog. If you go as a group, I think it's like that could help. Or go with a
I wanted to
parent.
see the kids have that conversation.
Well, actually, don't go with a parent. They don't want to get in trouble.
Oh,
Uh,
I made a visual comparison. Has no connection, but Yaya getting lowered in ma- reminded me of Jurassic Park with the cow getting lowered into the raptor pit.
Oh, to get
yeah,
eaten.
Yeah.
more Mission Impossible one for me, but yeah, I
Mm.
get it.
Well, this with like the belly harness and everything.
Yeah, that's true.
Does it seem like the Yaya one didn't have the full all nine working together on something? Because it was Yaya, Ham on the uh
The top. Mm.
I get
No,
him
there were
doing
two people
the
holding onto the ropes.
wheels.
There were two people holding onto the ropes, kind of like loosening in the slacks and stuff like that.
Oh, up in the
Um,
house, the treehouse.
no, on the ground
Yeah, I
near.
thought
They're
there were
kind
three
of
people with the white, which is the up and down. You had Ham on the bicycle wheels, which was the
which
forward and back, and then you had Squints on lookout.
yeah, that
You're
was still the
missing
one
like
that
three
did that.
people.
Yeah, that was the one that lacked people, which I think again that one it makes that gimmicky one. I think one of the worst ones, one of the more worst ones. But yeah, yeah,
And this also had the whole
uh,
dream sequence.
yes. Remember,
Yep.
heroes are remembered, legends
Yeah.
never die.
And I find it a little maybe it could have been played into the budget situation here. But I think it's interesting that being that this is narrated perspective of Smalls, he gives the explanation of what he dreamed that night, of explaining like, a giant Babe Ruth ball whacking him into the ground. But the focal point of what we're seeing is Benny's dream, which is that, what Benny told Smalls of what happened.
Yeah, and as Smalls points out, that was the important dream because it's the one that gave Benny the bravery or the
Yeah.
idea to do this.
Getting
So
hit by a giant baseball didn't make Smalls go, I gotta get it.
yeah,
It was Benny being visited by Babe Ruth.
yeah,
Also, there's some, I guess it's a fact or something. I don't fully have it. I don't have it up or I didn't write it down. But the joke of Babe Ruth taking that card, asking Benny if he could have it, is because that guy beat like a Babe Ruth record. I think.
Yeah. He was the first one to beat Babe Ruth's uh, batting score or whatever.
Okay.
People have beat it since, but he was the first one. Henry Aaron.
Yeah, that's the joke to play in with that.
Yeah.
and I think it's pretty. I think it's neat.
I also think it's good, and helps in the wasn't used once, but the effect of Babe Ruth coming in and out of the closet is that same black and white high film
Yeah,
grain that was used earlier.
yeah. He would have been used twice in the scene as well, where once where he's coming out and then
And
once
once
where
when
he's
he's going
fading
back in.
away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which was nice. I did like that. So it's like he was coming out of like how he would have always seen him, which was from the TV or pictures, and then he was suddenly there in real life, and then he
Oh,
faded away.
that's how you took it as like a TV look of like how.
Well,
Okay.
yeah, that's how they
Well, just
would. That's
black
how he
and
would
white.
see him,
Okay.
presumably.
I saw it as like, I guess, yeah, playing in the perspective of what Benny saw. I saw it as this is the element of how the film illustrates things of the past, because that was the whole look of the story being told from Squints. So
Uh,
seeing Babe Ruth look that way is like, this is someone from the past.
yeah. I mean, that still fits.
Yeah.
Like, it,
But Squints' story isn't like told from like, oh, I saw this as a document or like, police tapes my grandpa had.
well, I mean,
And
you'd still
Benny and
formulate a picture of someone based off of the images that you see of them, and the best images you would have seen him is in that high film grain of the when they were playing on TV and stuff like that.
Oh, yes, yes, for Babe Ruth's instance. But for Squints telling the story of the beast. Was that like news footage from 20 years ago that he saw that his grandpa had because he was on the case to give the look? I'm trying to connect that part of what you're saying
Oh, I see what you're trying to do.
because the
I mean,
black and white film
probably
grain
how
connects to both.
a kid would reconstruct the, the time era. Like, even though I know the 20s weren't black and white, it's still hard to picture things back then in color to me, and probably a good chunk of people.
I mean, that's a
Um,
just a big thing.
so
Back when it was black and white, like that means old.
yeah, so if a kid's picturing something from the 20s, or it would have been the 40s, something from the 40s, because everything was pretty much black and white, where we're just given the depiction of what was going on in his head based off the story being told. That's how I read it.
Okay. Well, anywho, with the dream, I actually have nothing else for the rest of this act.
Crimson, how about you?
No, I guess not.
Yeah, most of this act is just them trying to get the ball, so all their contraptions and
Yeah,
stuff like
the
that.
contraptions and the dream
Yeah.
sounds like a good book.
I All right. We will now move into our final act, where Benny puts on his PF flyers and to the end.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So I touched on earlier how Mr. Myrtle is blind and not deaf. The whole
yeah,
fence crash didn't bother him. Not nothing. But a
Well,
knock
the
on his
defense
back
crash is
door.
what got him outside. Oh,
Oh,
right.
I
No, no,
thought the
you're right.
knock
You're
on
right.
his
You're
back
right. You're right.
door is what has got his attention.
You're
yeah.
right. You're right. You're right. You're right. I was
No
remembering it wrong.
arguments from me.
Yeah, I agree.
I mean, even the vacuum in the treehouse, exaggerated or not, would have made a loud boom. Uh, so we kind of just have to assume he was not at home or something.
Just happened to not be home at that moment.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Um, yeah. Well, I'll get into the issue I have. If anyone could outrun a dog for a certain amount of time, it would be Benny. But I still think it's impossible to outrun a dog.
Oh, it's the PF
what an
Flyers.
athlete.
Shoes.
Well, it's a 20-year-old dog, so,
That's also
who's
true.
who's been chained up in a backyard without exercise.
That we know of.
I guess it works out. It works out.
Well, he was ordered to stay in the backyard. I guess the exercise thing could be assuming, but
That's true.
he's limited on space.
This scene also
What?
plays out, or I guess the chase scene plays out a lot of different music, which is this
Yeah,
film has a lot of music, but this whole chasing this one scene, I don't, I would count it as a scene, but the whole to the movie theater, the the Founders Day situation, the pool thing, and then back to the Sandlot, I consist that as all one. It's the whole chase scene and not four separate scenes,
yeah, it's a chase sequence.
but each has its own music.
Yeah, because the music played for the theater bit wouldn't really mesh with everywhere else, and
Yeah,
vice
you have
versa.
Wipeout, then you have the Founders Day thing, which is a little more uplifting, and then you have the pool bit, which is similar. It might be the same song, just like longer out, like the part, the second half of it for the pool, and then back to the Sandlot when Benny runs by him is very tense little bit. I actually that might not have any music, and then when they're waiting for him of the slow mo bit, it's a different song. And even when Benny starts of like eyeballing the beast, like eye to eye, the showdown thing, that's all like a Western sound.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah, they're
That is what
definitely
I
playing
wrote.
up the Western things.
The whole chase sequence, I think, went a bit long. Uh, they didn't need the whole cake bit to me.
It was certainly lengthy. I agree.
Yeah, I agree. If I were to cut any part of it, I would probably cut the cake.
Yeah, it felt like a Disney Channel thing, something you see on Zack and Cody.
I wouldn't go that far, but I do think it definitely get went on a little too long,
I mean,
pace
with the
wise.
cake specifically, not the
Oh,
whole
The
chase
thing I liked
sequence.
about the
okay.
cake was him going back from running to get a eat
Yeah,
a
that was
frosting.
very in character. Yeah.
I don't care about the guy on the stilts falling over and the cake hitting the two bakers. It's like not needed.
No, it is not.
However, at timestamp 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 50 seconds, the point of view of the alley of Hercules, which is the cameraman running, knocking everything, he's moving things that Benny has hit out of the way, like the trash cans and crates. However, at that timestamp, the cameraman himself hits an object on the right hand side that Benny never touched.
Well, it's supposed to be
Sure.
the POV of the dog,
Yeah.
right?
So it itself hit something that wasn't a cause of Benny.
Okay.
I mean, it was a
I
pretty
mean,
full
I can see the
alleyway.
dog hitting something on the way though, so I don't know if I have an issue with that. But it's a cool detail.
A problem I had with the chase sequence, other than it potentially being too long, is the jumping through the door window. Uh,
Oh, yeah.
Oh, at the
I
theater?
have that.
because yeah, because we had Benny run in. I'm like, oh, good, he's found a building. He's going to close the door. No, he left the door open, and then we see the dog jump through the window of the other door while the other door somehow closed itself.
Yeah,
Mess of continuity there. And I was, what?
yeah. I have an issue with that and the whole theater sequence.
Yeah.
The
So
whole sequence? Because I see Benny sliding under fine and going down. Also,
that's something he would do, yes,
is
but
that a typical
uh,
theater to have like foldable chairs?
it's an auditorium. Like
Yeah.
they're like a school auditorium. Like they
Well,
had a club there that day, that sort of
Like
thing.
I don't necessarily think that was a theater.
no.
Yeah, it's not.
But you were bringing up a problem with the theater writer? What was it?
No, I just overall I have issues with it. Like, is it the whole mess of continuity errors? One, you wouldn't be able to jump through screens and tear it unless the bottom was tied down. Because it'll just
There's no
move out of the
tension
way.
in the fabric.
Yeah, there's no
Yeah.
tension in the fabric, so the fabric would just move out of the way.
There's not enough
Um,
weight on the bottom of the screen.
yeah, and yeah, so I'm fine with Benny sliding. That's the one issue I don't have with.
And it makes sense because he's a baseball player and he can slide.
It's part of his. It's a part of his move set that we've seen already.
Yeah.
And it
It's
makes
been
sense that it was a
established.
werewolf movie. Which
Yeah,
again,
because
I
there's a
think
dog.
I don't know
Sam the
if
dog from Dog Soldiers.
I don't know if it plays the same to you guys, but the cut between the film to the tension in the alley, I think that's paired fine with the editing. But I can tell to some like that could be a real tone shift difference.
I'm glad you brought that up because I'm one of those people. I don't think they needed to jump back and forth between them because at that point we didn't know what the heck the theater was or whatever the movie. Um, so I don't think they needed to jump back and forth between a scene we didn't have any relevance to. They could have just had him run there.
Yeah, They did. I don't think the cutting between was necessary. But what they could do is they obviously could, as soon as they're in the building, they could cut to it, and then just then that's enough for us to be set up.
Okay, so you're saying that the the film being shown in this auditorium of the werewolf movie doesn't need to be connected to the beast chasing Benny.
in the alleyway. Yeah, it does not need to
Okay.
be interspliced.
You could show that bit of the movie just before they quote unquote tear through the screen and rip through the auditorium. That would have been fine. You don't need the cut back. You only need to cut to that to set up that this is what they're about to break through and this is what they're about to disturb.
Okie doke.
I brought up a point earlier, which I don't think anyone uh, said anything on, but the idea that the Babe Ruth ball is the only one that's ever exposed and not in the ball pit. And any thoughts on that?
Um, Honestly, I the only reason that it's exposed is because the kids are desperately trying to get it back, and I just think Hercules wants attention and wants to play with people.
I think Hercules plays with whatever's the newest ball in his backyard.
Yeah, that would be another way to interpret it for sure.
Like he'll get new
Well,
focus on something that's new.
the first ball we see though never comes back into play.
Well, presumably he added it to the pile.
Yeah.
You know, so like he plays with the most recent one, and the reason that that ball just stays out is because the kids are constantly trying to get it and interact with it, and that's his interaction with something to play with. It's giving him stimulation. I have a lot of things to say about Mr. Myrtle, but I don't think he's a good dog owner. Um,
No, he's not.
it's not his fault. He's blind, but still, not entirely his fault.
No, he needs help.
What is he feeding him? There was an
Kids.
entire leg out there. It wasn't just a
Sure.
femur bone. There was a leg out there.
Give him a big ass turkey leg.
Yeah. Well,
It
when
was more than
when
that.
Squint said like fed him half a cow or the RV situation, that's an exaggeration of it was just a leg of a cow.
Uh, right.
I think
So
I was just going to touch on. There's a lot of transitions in this film. I think the worst one is the door at Mr. Myrtle's house when
when they're
Benny.
knocking,
No, after they knock and he invites them
And they
in,
enter.
Benny goes to close the screen door, and there's a side swipe transition to then Benny closing the other door of the baseball room in Mr. Myrtle's house. And I think the side swipe transition did not have to be there, and they could have just done a click of the door of the screen to the one inside the house. It shows it's a sense of like using a edited in transition of the slide over a cut transition of two doors right in the middle. So it felt like a
uh,
point 0.5 met with a 1 transition and another point 0.5 all in one. And it really stood out to me as being not smooth at all and bad.
Um, I don't see it as bad, but I can see it being unnecessary. Can agree with that. They didn't need it.
yeah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I see this as
And that
necessary.
was timestamp for anyone curious 1 hour, 30 and 36 minutes. Or 36 seconds, sorry. 1 hour, 30 minutes, 36 seconds.
A compliment I have. I know, rare.
Yeah,
um, but they might have used slow mo a lot in this, which can be debated whether or not they used too much. But I do like that it was real slow mo, and not the cheesy like frame drops, uh, like the Bionic Woman or $6 Million Man. A lot of the old stuff that used to indicate slow
Yeah.
mo was just
yeah.
cutting the frames. This was actually real slow mo, which I think worked well with it.
I also, to throw out another comment, I really quite like that they explain away the fact of why they can't just visit the house and ask the owner, and then that once they subvert that, everybody looks at Mike's and kind of hits him
Yeah, we got the
because Mike's the
ball
one that's
back.
just
Okay, we got the ball.
it's all that matters.
Um,
That was good to me. I quite enjoyed that.
Something that was brought up towards the end of the film here is like when members of the Sandlot left, they would not replace members, which is Smalls explaining that he's spitting on Elswinger, who left before Smalls.
Yeah, I
I
guess he was
guess.
the
So I'd
I guess
say
he
Want to
it's
was the
look at it
bad
that
because
one.
of
way.
Smalls they don't replace members
It's evil, very evil.
because they replaced Elswinger.
I get maybe
Well,
in the
then
prequel they're gonna explain that Elswinger is like the evil one, like he's the
here's the competitive one that kept butting heads with Benny.
yeah, kept trying to make everybody keep score. Um,
Could be.
man, they got a murderers row baseball essentially for free. That's very lucky.
Well, not for free. It was a trade,
It was a quote unquote trade.
and they had to visit every
Uh,
week for a visit.
Extremely lucky and convenient.
Yeah. Uh oh, I think I forgot to mention it. I think it was the last act. I kind of like that they just get this pure white ball, they sign it, and then he puts it in the room, and it actually looks dusty and used.
Oh, they
Didn't look
used to
very new.
distract the mom.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the one they used to distract them all.
Do you think she would have noticed? She seemed pretty knowledgeable on it.
Um, no,
It's
I don't
And
see
not
her
her biggest
as.
priority,
Yeah, I don't see
so
her as one going in that room to look at things herself.
I
well, no,
think
but they directly have a conversation on it while she's looking at it.
yeah.
I think it's because Smalls was right next to it.
My issue is that they didn't show them like dirtying the ball to kind of cover up the tracks a little
Yeah.
bit, like trying to add some wear and tear to it, like the old ball would have had. Because I think it would have been interesting if it was all white and then she just noticed. Then I guess that would ruin it. So
I think Smalls was helps play into that dumb thing you say of his character, how much he kept yammering when she asked, "What do you know about that ball?"
Yeah, I agree.
I don't know. I got anything. I mean, I haven't. No, I don't think so.
Freaking
definitely,
smalls.
definitely very kid cotton headlights kind of feel to that one. Deer cotton
Yeah.
headlights.
A detail I caught that I liked was older Benny on the field has the same number jersey as Babe Ruth of number 3.
Yeah,
Good
you
on
get to
him.
pick your own. You get to pick your jersey numbers. So he probably chose it for to pay homage to his favorite baseball player,
His ghost pal.
his ghost pal.
Yeah, the Bolinator.
Yes.
Yeah. I was gonna say the Bambino Phantom, but it was a terrible joke. So
You mean that wimpy deer?
um,
Mr. Whatever.
Myrtle?
Myrtle.
Darth Vader.
Uh, yeah, Darth Vader. I don't know why he took an interest in the kids and invited them in. He's like, bring the ball. But he couldn't see that there was an autograph on the ball. No one was talking about the autograph in his
he,
presence.
he could
He
feel the baseball though.
Yeah, he also got a knock on his back door in his fenced backyard.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, that's odd. uh, hmm.
I don't know. I don't see the purpose of, or not purpose. I see the purpose. I don't see why he would have invited them in, not being able to see that it was a Babe Ruth ball.
I don't
I
think he
mean, he
needed
just
to.
felt the baseball.
Yeah, I think he
The
felt the
idea is
baseball.
he just wanted someone to talk to
And these
about
kids play
baseball, as we
ball.
find out. Yeah.
He didn't go, "Oh, by the way," and he's like feeling over and goes, "This is a basketball. Get out of here." I mean,
Okay, so you guys thought it was just he wanted to talk baseball, not that he could tell it
yeah, I
was
think
a
he's a
Babe Ruth
lonely
ball.
guy.
He just wanted to talk about baseball because he misses it. Yeah, that's what I got from it.
Oh, okay.
He even lets Hercules like watch them play ball afterwards.
And once they affirmed their friendship, yes.
Once they got a verbal contract, we will visit you every week if we get that ball.
Yeah, come talk ball with me every week. Yeah.
Which I'm sure the whole
Okay.
group did. It wasn't
Yeah,
just
I was.
Benny and Smalls.
Yeah, that was one thing that bothered me a little bit is there was not really any group interaction. It's not needed, but I think everybody else would have loved to have seen the Murders for Baseball and get their reaction to see that. You know,
Mm.
They probably did. They probably
they
saw it
probably
before
did.
they gave it to Benny.
I'm just. Oh yeah, of course. I'm just saying. I wish we saw that.
Yeah.
That's not an objective issue, I suppose, but I would have liked to have seen that.
I think it's more of a serious note and hits a lot better that it's Benny and Smalls. I mean, the two mains, but it's just the two of them focused with Mr. Myrtle in the room to talk
Because they were
about
the
it.
only ones brave enough to get close enough, I guess.
Yeah, versus the whole group being in there. The whole group would have been too much noise and too much excitement, I think, for it to hit the emotional punch that it did of like
Yeah,
the character
yeah,
of
I'd
Mr.
agree with
Myrtle.
that.
It would have been a lot of like
I'm
yelling
talking.
at
I'm talking more
sweets.
after the fact. Yeah, I'm talking more after the fact,
Yeah,
where
yeah, yeah. Of the group with the
not
ball
in the moment there.
and being like, "Oh yeah, we can go talk to him." It's like, "Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. Can we get? Are we going as a group? Are we going groups of two?" Like that kind of banter. Yeah. A bookend I brought up earlier. When Smalls was the first to initiate the thumbs up when he got his first catch, and then Benny gave it back. At the end here, Benny's the one who starts the thumbs up, and then Smalls gives it back.
I quite like
Mhm.
it, and it also you get the bookend of him stealing the base, like he did at the very beginning of the film, and does a couple times. Happens twice, I think.
That's true. Steals the base, but this one he doesn't do the
Eh,
back and forth between.
yeah, you wouldn't get away with that in professional football. So I mean, professional baseball. So I'm happy that they didn't do that, but he still steals home base, which I quite like.
Yeah.
Uh, I had to look that one up. Stealing home base. How common is that?
Oh, it's not common,
Oh,
No, it's not. It's happened 32 times in professional baseball.
but it's allowed.
Oh yeah, why wouldn't it be allowed?
it's allowed, but it's just very hard.
You can steal any
It's
base.
it's absurd. Well, you don't see it anymore. Based off what I looked into, there's only been one stolen home base after 1980 because they found a way to the coaches have found ways to counter it if someone tried.
Yep, it's all about that coaching.
Yeah.
I got a question. Who took the group
Go on.
photo?
I have no idea. Presumably Mike's mom, because that's where they spent all the time in the backyard. Or are they at the lot?
Okay.
Hercules.
I'm like,
I'm asking if they're on the Sandlot or if they're in Mike's
they're on the
backyard.
Sandlot.
Oh, then I have no fucking clue.
Yeah, because it's not Mr. Myrtle because he's blind.
Hey, that's just rude.
If he took 50 photos and that's one of the 50, okay. If he took one photo and that's it, that's almost unbelievable.
But not
Um,
impossible.
Not
yeah,
impossible. That's why I
there's
said
way to get
almost.
around it.
But it's
There's ways
pretty
to get
much
around it,
hits the
but I have
same
no
of,
idea.
Smalls hitting the home run on his first hit.
I don't know. Was it on a timer?
I don't know what camera was used.
Yeah,
It could be on a timer and on a tripod.
yeah. I think we don't necessarily need to know who took the picture, but I mean, they took a good picture, I guess. So I have no idea to answer your questions, Brooks.
Okay, well, I mean, I didn't know either, so that's why I was questioning.
Okay, question for y'all. Um,
Y'all.
y'all, what would be the punishment you'd give Smalls? Because he got grounded for a week. What would you guys do?
Would I ground Smalls for a week?
Well, would you ground, and if you do, what would be the punishment?
Ryder, if your Babe Ruth signed baseball was taken while you were gone from home and you
And then they
returned,
gave me a murderer's row one like immediately
yeah,
afterward. Yeah, I grounding them for a week sounds good because at this point he values his time outside with his friends, and keeping him on in the house to help with chores and stuff like that would really bug him as a punishment. So yeah, that's probably what I would do. I would ground him for yeah, probably a week.
Thanks for
So
me.
it's not far off of what I would
being
do.
that he
I
plays
think.
ball every single day in summer, I would ground him for 3 days.
Pretty lenient parent. I was gonna say 3 weeks for me.
Three
So
weeks!
yeah, absolutely.
3 weeks! That takes away all his ball of the summer. Can't
Well,
play
he shouldn't have
anymore.
stole from someone. He replaced it. Good on him, but he still stole from someone.
That's that's disciplinary actions.
I
Yeah.
mean, to be clear, during my week, I would make them write essays. I would make them do read specific books. Like I would actually do full on tutor stuff, so they wouldn't just be grounded for. They wouldn't be doing
No, they
nothing
wouldn't
for
be
that.
sitting in a corner.
Yeah. So, so I'm not going to be lenient, but I'm going to make them do a bunch of stuff that week, pretty much. Um, the only reason I don't think the only reason I wouldn't do the 3 week thing is, uh, well,
That'll just account him back for the summers where he's been in his room tinkering.
no, I'm not. Like I
Unless
said,
that's off the table, and that's not
I
allowed.
mean, Chris's point is he's teaching him not to steal,
Oh,
right?
yeah.
My,
Yeah,
I'm incorporating.
it's a big issue.
Yeah, it is a big issue. So I'm not. I don't. That's why I'm like, yeah, no, 3 weeks is reasonable. Looking through that lens, I'm not. I don't think I would move from my 1 week, so long as he wrote me an essay understanding that it's bad to steal and it had to be, well made.
I guess I'm just a lenient dad. But I thought three
Well,
days
three
was.
days.
3 days!
That is very
But he
lenient.
returned with a murder's row. And he tells me all the attempts he did with his friends to get it back and all
Okay,
the effort he put into it.
he kills your Chihuahua and brings you a golden retriever. Is that a good thing,
No,
or
because
is that
that's
still
taking a
bad because
life.
he killed a
It's taking
dog?
a life.
Oh no, no, you can't just say, "Oh, it's murder,
Oh,
therefore it's
I
worth."
value life over inanimate object.
I don't think you're getting the point I'm making
I
here.
don't think so. I think that's why I'm at the 3 days.
Oh, jeez. You're saying because he replaced what he stole with something better, he gets a lesser punishment. My example with the murder thing is he killed a little chihuahua but replaced it with a bigger but a better dog.
Well, I
So
wouldn't tell the
therefore,
kid,
it's
hey,
less
this would be a
punishment.
weak punishment, but because you brought me this,
Okay,
they don't
I think
know
I
the
think
3 days
reward for it.
is enough to figure that out. Like, oh, I only got 3 days grounded
okay.
for stealing.
I think I figured out my equivalent for this for Springs.
Okay.
Um, Springs, he got into your game account and got you banned from every single game that you play, and your account's essentially broken. You can't use it anymore. He finds you a new one, but it doesn't have all. It has some of your games on there, but not all of them. Is what he did.
3
But he replaced
years.
it.
Okay, there we go.
But
He
he replaced
understands.
it.
No, he didn't replace the account. He replaced games.
Well, what if he
I
gave
see the
you his
difference between
account?
different.
He gave you an account.
Oh, it gave me
It's
an
not
account.
different.
Yeah, I said he gave you an account, and it doesn't have as much game. It has gamer score, but it's not from the
Yeah,
games that
see,
you've
I've been in a
played. It's not
situation
from.
like that where my memory card on a PS2's been wiped before. Yeah, Crimson, I'll be with it 3 weeks.
All right.
There we go.
Good example.
To me, the
Yeah,
murder's
it took me a
row
while.
is an
Made it more
improvement
relevant to him.
upon the
Yeah.
singular signage. The
It
example
is
you
an
just gave me
improvement.
doesn't
I'm
seem
not
like an
denying that.
improvement.
Why
No,
does the
no.
improvement lessen the severity of the problem? Is my
Because
point
the
here.
effort put in for it and the outcome at the end.
He didn't get okay. He didn't get. It's not. Ooh. The
If
problem
he
wasn't
didn't
addressed
do
when he
anything,
got
if
Murderer's
if
Row.
he got the ball over the fence and got ruined, and then he went to the door and said, "Hey, you know, I my ball's over here is signed by Babe Ruth," and he goes, "Oh, I'll make you a trade or whatever," and then he made the trade, I'd be like, "Yeah, you're grounded for 2 weeks." Knowing that it's like, "Hey, you got the ball, you spent an effort of time with your friends to try to retrieve the ball. You did it because you didn't want to be in trouble, so you didn't ask any parents for help. You went about it in like you ruined your toy set that you have in effort to do this for me." I'd be like, "You put a lot of effort into you felt really bad about this." So that's how I see it. Am I going to relay this all to the kid to make him
No,
be
no, no,
like,
no.
"Oh, so you have a scale on like punishment or whatever?" No. They don't need to know. They're not going to know because then they can toy with that. But, like, in my mind, it's
Okay.
like, how much you put into, like, trying to correct your wrongs shows an effort to me of, like, okay, you'll still be punished over it, but not an exponential amount.
Okay.
Kids aren't stupid though.
They're not trying to correct the wrong. They're trying to just get the ball back before he gets home. I think that's the issue here. Because in the example you gave me, they're not addressing the wrong. They're just putting in effort to try and get the ball back so he doesn't get in trouble.
Okay, so if there was no Murder's Row ball, and I was just given back this messed up one I had before and knew of the effort that was put in, would I still do the 3 days?
Yes.
I'd do a week. I wouldn't do 3 weeks.
Okay, so it's not about the intentions then.
It's about
That
the
was your
effort
whole
of
spiel,
overall.
and the effort's the same.
Yes,
The
and
only difference is some old guy didn't give him a ball.
he came back with
That's no
something
effort on
better.
his part. That's not effort.
He
That's why I
didn't
gave
learn
my
his
example
lesson when he
before. If he just
stole a
went to the
ball.
house and just traded a ball without the effort, it's not 3 days either.
He did everything, got invited to the old guy's house. Old guy doesn't have that ball and has a normal ball, gives it to him, and he gives you the ball, the lesser ball, the standard ball. But he tells you how all the effort he went to retrieving your ball. Is it 3 days still?
Do I have my regular ball?
Yeah,
The
it's
slot
the
rubber.
same mangled ball, but you still have
A
it. Yeah,
week.
but the I'm done.
You're going in circles.
Okay. No, no, you're not being consistent with your own discussion.
Let us know down in the comments.
Because you're talking about
What would you do?
intent, and the intent's the exact
Would you do
same.
3 days, a week, or 3 weeks? We'd like your feedback.
Mm,
We'll bring it up on the recap, maybe.
that was my last thing.
All right. Springs, do you have anything to wrap up
Good
on?
question. I talked about the transitions because there's a lot of them. Looking through my notes. I'm still on the side. I mean, from my viewpoint, I see the Beast and Hercules as two separate things. Um, that's how every time I've viewed it. Um, no, I think
Two
we
separate
touched on.
things.
Yeah, I see the Beast as the Beast, and then when Benny goes over the hole and sees the Hercules, it's Hercules.
Yeah, that would be that would be a problem with story consistency, I suppose.
Saying like there's two physical animals. Is that
Pretty much,
He
like the
sees them as
whole scene through the kid's eyes of the Beast of the the puppeteering thing never hit for me of like being exaggerated in the storytelling of a storytelling element to begin with.
so? Wouldn't it be a problem for you then that the beast doesn't come back if you see it as two different animals?
Yeah, but the thing is, I don't know. Again, I don't know. This is the whole um, rejected situation we had with Sinister's shorts, the second one. Because of knowledge I don't know of the intent, it's hard for me to tell what the purpose was. Is the intent the actual narration is the viewpoint of the child's eyes? That's why there's two different beasts, or is it not that,
yeah,
and that it's actually two different beasts, or not two Beast and Hercules, but being the same dog. That's what I'm saying. That I brought up earlier the Hulk effect situation. Like it's the same dog. I'm not saying there's the Beast and Hercules, and once Benny goes over, Beast disappears. Beast is
Oh,
gone.
I see. You think he mutates?
Yeah, he's bigger or larger in aggression, which is what's causing him to throw things 20 feet up in the air and bend metal. And but when Benny goes over, it's just Benny. There's nothing he gets, and there's no Hulk out transformation of the beast growing in front of Benny.
That's adding sort of fantasy elements into this. I'm not sure how I feel about that.
It is, and that's how I kind of always viewed it. Because that's a story
And
given of when Squints gives. It's like, oh, the beast was huge and ate so much food and killed a bunch of people.
uh,
You
I
never
just
said it changed size or anything.
Yeah, to me, it would help. I don't know if it would help either way in this situation of the narration kid eye point or what I'm saying if like the beast was never shown until Benny went over the hill. Or sorry, over the fence.
because we only catch glimpses of it. Like we never see the fullest image that we have it before it goes over is when it's catching the ball midair from the catapult.
We have that as a side point, and then we also have it when it's attacking the ramp. You kind of get the whole head of it.
Yeah.
But then again, that
Uh,
I know it's from the narration of Small, so it's everything Smalls is hearing, which is like the twins or the Tommy and Timmy have been telling Smalls what it looks like from their point of view of what it was and what Squints has said and Yaya said. So like everything relayed. The only one that's not a puppet is when Yaya's in the back and it's right face to face with him. That's not a huge
yep.
puppet version.
Yeah. I mean, I'm happy to chop that to a down to a continuity error in the fact they don't keep the size consistency.
Yeah.
Uh,
I just saw it
hmm,
as the beast changes shape, but they can't get two different dogs. So the larger one is, or the aggressive one, or whatever, the hulked out one is the puppet, and the normal one is Hercules, the regular sized real dog. But they
it's
are one and the
true.
same dog.
Yeah, like I said, I don't see, like I said, that's adding in fantasy elements, and I can write off the whole backstory to the beast as something the kids invented slash they told each other slash it was passed down to them by
Yeah,
maybe kids that were not that are not in the Sandlot anymore.
rumor added in, truth
Um,
changed, white lies, whatnot.
yeah, but that's kind of how I
Probably.
always viewed that. I didn't view that as like fact, I guess, upon the world.
I didn't see it as fact, but I see it as this is Squints' knowledge of something, but of course it's Squints retelling the story, so it's off.
But you still think that that it's fantasy though, with regards to the Beast and Hercules being two quote unquote separate beings.
No, no. I've said, sorry, I'll say it again. The Beast and Hercules are one and the same. They're the same being. It's like Bruce Banner and the Hulk, one and the same. They're the same, two different
Yeah, but he
mindsets,
has
but the
two
same.
modes, right?
Yes, two modes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That still adds a fantastical element.
Yes. I'm not saying Benny goes over the fence and you have Hercules and the Beast just vanished. That's not, in case that's of confusion. I don't see that.
Yeah. Okay. Just you was just asking for clarification,
Yeah.
I suppose.
And to me,
Um,
it's just the played fact that we see this puppeteer version of the Beast. It's shown to the audience. But then again, you're saying it's from the narration point of what Smalls saw at that age.
yeah. Because like I said, I might have seen it with fantastical elements, probably my first time watching. It's been so long since my first time watching. I've just never seen it that way since. Um, so hmm.
Again, just different viewpoints on the film, which is why we have multiple takes and different people on this pod, so we get different perspectives.
Yay. I was gonna. Okay, so I guess on that line, what was your original point? That you're not sure if they're the same. You're still torn about something regarding the beast.
Ryder, I
Because
can't remember
that's
what my original point was. I think I was just
dang it.
stating that in case of confusion, I see them as they're one thing. It's not the Beast and Hercules as two separate beings.
Okay.
I think I was just bringing that up for clarification of how I
Okay.
see it.
Um. All right. I don't have anything left to talk about.
Ditto.
All right, Springs, do you have anything to end
No,
us off with before we go to ratings?
no, I do not. I think I covered everything I have. And in case I don't,
Um,
people can let me know in the comments and recap is for that.
all right. Uh, then Springs, if you're ready, do you want to start us off or
Oh, sure, dude. I'll go first. Sounds great. Let's see. Subjective or objective? Subjective. Let's go with objective. It did change. It went down point 0.5 because of Crimson's help of saying the stupidity of Smalls. Because that changes
Yeah.
practically the whole second half of the film and everything that occurs. Um, so it went down point 0.5. My objective is a 7.5. I think the acting for kid acting is good. Um, Not that bad, and I think what helps is a lot of the characters don't need to talk to be present. If that helps with acting, so be it. I like the location and the time period. It's very authentic looking. It doesn't. You don't really have a gladiator situation of a guy with a cowboy hat and jeans in the Roman audience situation going on here. Even though the film was filmed in '93 of a '62 look, I think it fit. Let's see. Lighting. Most of the lighting is all good. The firework, I do agree with Crimson. There are instances of the fireworks that don't match, um, and that's what Crimson was talking about. I think is more present on lighting, editing, and sound all together that did not fit together. However, them running down the sidewalk with the lighting of the fireworks in the street, I think, don't match up to their beings walking. Well, they're on the sidewalk and then they go into the street, which is closer to them, so they should be more illuminated on the right hand side, where it's more darker on the left. And I think that may have been digitally done to darken their left side. That's just me thinking. Um, but that whole thing's up in the air because a lot of it is also just natural lighting of the sun or day shots, so that's fine. The whole fairground's night, but it's a fair, so there's a lot of artificial lighting everywhere. So I think that was enough to illuminate everyone. Let's see. Writing. I think writing's. How do I touch this? Writing's good in the scenes it's in. The transitional of writing from a scene throughout the film is a little much of plot convenience to play to a plot. Um,
you mean scene to scene?
yeah,
Is what you're saying?
if that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Yeah, like for example, the whole Smalls hitting the ball on his first hit to go into Myrtle's backyard to do the whole situation and the rest of the movie. To me, that's a heavy written plot in situation, but the story of the characters of the occurrence of what's happening, I think is fine. So how the characters handle it and talk and how Smalls is like devastated and situated like that, that's fine to me. But the flow or I guess pacing, I guess I almost more in the pacing than writing aspect. But one could see one and the same of the writing making it the pacing situation. The pacing of the film's a little off to me. I don't think it's very strong. I think the beginning bit is like bonding and getting Smalls in and like their summer vacation of what's happening of them playing baseball. But as soon as the Babe Ruth ball comes into play, then it's like second half of the film is all focused just on that ball and event. And then the whole chase bit of Benny running from the Beast or Hercules, I think is too overly done. There's as I brought up, 4 bits in it, which is one scene, but each have like a different song coronated to it. Um, so it's like a lot there, which feels like it's not as big as the whole ball saving thing, but it's a whole. One could say it's like the third act of the film is just this whole chase sequence of Benny, and it's a lot. Um, what else have I not touched on? I guess the setting in the 1960s and costume department. I think everything fit well with that. Um, yeah, it's mostly the idiocracy of Smalls playing to the plot. Um, the plot itself being heavy-handed in the scene to scene of changing situations. I would not exclude the fairground or the pool scene that was brought up because I really think the pool scene helps fixate on a character that's not Benny or Smalls of the group to give them more of a feel. Kind of the same thing with Ham. Um, Doing the whole talk when they're at the ball game with the social the other group, the socials, of just like what felt like a blooper to me, but just like that focused on Ham's situation of that whole part I liked, which is equivalent to Squints' The Pool. I don't think it needed every character to have a situation like that because I think it would get a little too much. But I think they had enough for it. The Fairground was like Bertram. The third attempt of the dust blowing up kind of focused on. I think it's Tommy was the one who came down covered in dust. So it's like each one kind of had the point at some point throughout the film, which I did like. Um, so yes, 7.5. Subjectively, it's a 9. I find this movie very entertaining. I watch it a lot. When I think of baseball movies, Sandlot always comes to mind. Um, I don't I don't necessarily know if it's in my top 3 favorite baseball movies. It might be number 3. That's something I need to think more on. But I highly enjoy
Well,
it, and I would definitely watch it again and recommend it.
All right. Crims, did you want to get in something there?
I was gonna say a joke, but I didn't.
Okay. All right. Eeny, meeny, miny, me. I'll go. Um, all right. World building is interesting for this one. It has a sort of, as I've been kind of hammering over the head for most of this, it has a sort of unreliable narrator feel to it, which makes the beast seem larger than life with the child's imaginary perspective and or its spin on reality. Crimson and I've kind of gone back and forth over the consistency issues regarding that. Um, I do think, unlike Springs, that is the perspective of the film. Um, I it could be debated, I guess, on the consistency, like I said, but I do think this was the point. So the world building did take some hits for me as we were talking it over more and more. Um, but if I were to put most towards the obvious example of it being the child's perspective of what's happening from an unreliable narrator, I probably would point to the Beast being as the premium example of that, the two different variations of it that we see, and is the exaggerated events that unfold occasionally throughout over the course of the film. Um, the plot is kind of guided through Smalls. I think Springs pointed it out that it makes a lot of plot stuff happens through Smalls either being dumb. Well, Smalls being dumb kind of facilitates the final act pretty much in its entirety, um, and it requires them to do something that's questionably out of character, uh, and but most of all, I think the plot follows is okay. It's just it struggles going from scene to scene. There's not much going on because a lot of it revolves around them playing in the Sandlot, and usually it's things coming to them or them causing the issue or the plot to happen in various ways. Though character choices are manifest in the plot, but it in the case of at least the baseball, I do find it to be particularly convenient. But character choices facilitating the plot to happen most of the time, I think, is a sign of an okay plot. Um, Now to the characters. My notes are going to get progressively worse as this goes along, which is a shame because I started from the non-characters to the better characters. But here we go. So from weakest to strongest, the twins. Grouping them together for obvious reason. I think they say They say a couple quippy one-liners at the beginning. Um, the most memorable thing one of them does is talk about being completely normal and straight faced after they're in the vacuum explosion in the treehouse. Um, but that line honestly felt like it was originally to belong to Mike because Mike seems like he would be the character to say something like that or Squints. Uh, so I unfortunately don't think there's enough to justify them in the film. Um, yeah, there's serviceable in I guess the jokes that they give, but there's not really any plot relevance or character relevance with regards to them. Bertram, I don't even remember his nickname, uh, even though it was said over the course of the podcast. The most worthwhile thing he contributes directly to the narrative is the chewing tobacco to celebrate their victory, which clues us into the drugs and willingness to what he's willing to do to try and look cool. I think the actor does a decent enough job portraying him as a sort of nerd jock vibe, but I don't think that's the script. I think that's the actor. And again, I think that plays into what Squints's kind of field is being a kind of nerdy jock. Uh, yeah, yeah. Well, he volunteers to be the one loaded and dropped into the sling contraption, which is, I suppose, gives him something more to do compared to the other two characters, or compared to the other characters that were before this. But I, I think it damages his character because he's not really shown to be overly stupid at any point in the film. He's kind of more of a follower than a ringleader. So they kind of tacked on the stupidity character trait when he dropped the ball, didn't throw the ball, didn't think of anything to do with the ball when he was already over there. And that's pretty much all I have to comment on him because I think he is also well. Actually, no, I have one more. I think he's one at the forefront of people pushing back against Benny for bringing in Smalls at the beginning. Um, but everyone's doing that, so I can't really attribute that to him specifically. Next up on the list is Kenny, who's the pitcher. I think his placement as a character is a little more subtle, but he's characterized enough to where I don't think I needed anything more from him. Though his contribution to the plot is just that of pretty much being the pitcher. Uh, he also helps facilitate some of Ham's interactions earlier on in the film when Ham rises to his dare about hitting a good pitched ball. It's very good, quick characterization. He also is essentially. It's kind of implied that he's kind of the second in command outside of Ham, but as a result, he doesn't really fall into taking the stage away from Benny or Ham because Ham is also usually the one with the better. Um, I don't think there's anything squarely wrong with him as a character. I don't think there's any issues with him as a character. I just don't think they do anything with him. Um, and now, here's where my notes start falling apart. Hamilton is the catcher of the group. He likes to task talk. He expresses doubts, insults, and isn't afraid to show offense at lack of baseball knowledge. He's also very smart. He's also much smarter than he looks, which is kind of a good twist on. Usually, they make the big fat kid like the dumb funny one, and I actually think that he's really smart because he's able to manipulate other people to letting them play on a real baseball field. Because I do think that was intentional. Uh, I liked his mind games that he's playing with the batters that are coming up to help his team win. Um, uh, he's a leader when it comes to trying to take the ball back. You can always see him like being the first one holding the contraptions that are going in. He's very, very much a frontline contributor because he understands, I suppose, to a very sharp degree of the importance of a Babe Ruth signed ball. So, which is kind of why he helps to take the lead on such matters. Um, Now I'm gonna take a break from the kids and go to the parents. We don't get much for them, but I do think they're well characterized in the brief time that we have them. I think Bill's scenes are very awkward. We kind of talked about, I guess, the consistency of that. Um, I do think there are some issues there now, but not enough that necessarily breaks Bill's character. Mm, it's just a strange like. It just prevents him from being perfect, I suppose, as a character. Then we have the mom. The mom's kind of in the same line. She's not really in the movie much, but she's well characterized. So there's not really much for me to say on her. Uh, then we got Benny. Benny is the ringleader of the group. He is always taking charge. He's best at baseball. He's probably the most mature of the group because when others are demeaning, he's the one with the cool head. He's the one willing to approach a stranger to join the group. Obviously, baseball is life to him. Aims the baseball like a fucking pro with the bat. And he does. He doesn't. He's the one to show, I guess, the most heroic quality changes by the end, in the sense of he's the one that's willing to go over and face the beast, more or less. Um, and he dreams of Babe Ruth. Let's be honest. If anyone would dream of Babe Ruth, it would probably be Benny. Uh, and then for Smalls, he's smart in the way he likes to build contraptions. So he's book smart, not street smart, as I think I'm gonna kind of archetype and under that. He's very self-conscious, so he's always trying to preserve his image, which gets him into very bad and embarrassing situations. Um, he also doesn't know much about baseball at the start of the film. Obviously, that changes over the course of playing over the summer, even though he doesn't really learn who Babe Ruth is, which is can be attributed to more of a prop problem. He's the narrator, for which most of the film is kind of told through the lens of how he saw things, how he perceived things, how what have you, pretty much. And he's willing to uh, cross lines in order to, look cool and play with his friends. And we went back and forth over, I guess, the punishments that would be meted out for that. Overall, objectively, this film is mm, it, I think it went down for me. I think I'm at a 6.5 objectively. There was a lot of world building issues. There's a lot of perspective issues with regards to the narrator inconsistencies, and the fact that half the cast of characters can be didn't contribute enough to the story is a shame. 'Cause I understand this is an ensemble movie, but I do think they needed to give all the characters a little bit more to work with in order for, I guess, to have a more justified place. So I'm at a 6.5 solidly objectively. Subjectively, um, not as good as I remember. Granted, I have a lot of fun memories watching this film. And it might just be because I watched it by myself, but my subjective was not as high as I thought it was going to be. I was expecting an 8, but I'm at a 7, I think, subjectively. And I
All
believe
right.
that leaves you, Crimson.
All right. High energy. I'll start with my subjective. So I remembered mostly the second half of this film because it's been years since I last have seen this, and for some reason I remembered more baseball. This is largely focused on retrieving the ball and not actually playing baseball, uh, which is fine. It doesn't have to be just playing baseball, but I just remembered it having a different balance to that scale. Uh, but my subjective hasn't changed from my letterbox that I posted whenever I did that. So I'm at a 6. I'll probably watch it at some point again. It can be kind of boring the first half for me, kind of a little slow, but once we get into the retrieving the ball, it gets more fun. Objectively, I'm probably going to keep it nice and short because I feel like every single point I was going to make has been brought up. the
Sorry.
No, it's fine. The lighting with the sound effect of the fireworks, I think, is a problem. They could have done that correctly, but they didn't do that right. The unreliable narrator, I agree, he's supposed to be an unreliable narrator, but they were inconsistent with how it could be portrayed through the lens of an adult Smalls, like the example of the pan thing I was talking a lot about. The pool, we reworked it, I think, in a way better way, cutting that out and moving it to the game they played with the uh, I don't know, the officials, the
Your rival
official team.
team.
Yeah, the rival team. I think that would be a really good tweak of the movie, but we don't have that in this. But I will say, with what we do have, the pool doesn't have a strong enough presence to me to warrant it existing. Uh, Even with the whole friends worrying uh, about Squint and stuff, I don't think it warrants that entire scene to eat up that much time in this film. And this film isn't even that long either. So I do find that as a negative. Small as being dumb, it's been echoed by both of you. I agree. I kind of threw it in the ring as a talking point. And The chase sequence was too long. I brought up the idea of cutting out the cake. I think it's fine to do that. I don't. Might have just been the overuse of slow mo. I don't think it would be nice if they jumped back and forth between slow mo or not, but I think the slow mo does add to the prolonged feeling of it. Uh, so, like, maybe could have sped up the slow mo a little bit. Maybe that could have helped. But my score did change. I had it at a 7. I will be matching Writer's 6.5. And I'm sure there's more, but like I said, I agree with a lot of the points you guys made. I'll leave it at that.
All right, fair enough.
Okay.
Well, gentlemen, uh, that was uh, that was Sandlot.
It
Uh,
was.
sh-
I still have a couple things though.
you're
Thinking this
throwing us stuff at the
over,
back end. All right.
this is gonna be might be a first. I'm changing my subjective.
Oh,
Going to an
all right.
8.5. Moving it down barely, but it's still being moved. Was thinking it
What did
over.
you compare it to, out of curiosity?
Another movie that came out actually the same year of '93 that I think I like more.
Oh, okay.
So so
Fair
I
enough.
don't think they should be equal numbers, and I don't think the other movie is a 10. So move this down a smidge. Another thing, I never touched on cinematography. I know I missed that. Cinematography, I think, was good. A lot of different perspectives, very creative. Except the water on the lens, that's a cinematographer's fault. And whether if it was purposeful, it's a one-time use, and I don't know if it's to establish realism in the pool scene of tension that Squints is drowning, maybe. Um, but I also don't know if the camera equipment of the 1993 was well enough to have the camera farther away and zoomed in for quality. I don't know, but it was weird. That's cinematography. The last thing I have here is Crimson. Being that you want to remove the pool scene, is Wendy Peppercorn on your cut character list?
Um, well, I try to imagine the cut character list as a group consensus and not just a personal list. So even if I think yes, I wouldn't count it unless you guys agreed, which I don't think would be a group consensus because I don't think Sprinks, you agree with that assessment of her
Well,
being
cutting out that
cuttable?
character would result in cut out the whole pool scene. Because if she's not present, that whole pool scene doesn't really need to be there.
Yeah. My take on it was like if the pool scene wasn't in the film, yeah, she could be removed as a character, but she's kind of integral to that scene. So
That
Yeah,
would be my answer.
she's
With
more
what we
needed
have,
than the lady who's trying to get George in Wonderful Life we talked about.
I don't agree with that. But Violet is more of an important character than her. But with what we have of her in this, because we do have the pool scene, she is not removable. But if I were to cut the pool out, yes, she would be removable.
I actually have a question. Is our standard with regards to removing characters is it we can remove the characters with the films as is, right?
That's how
I think so, yeah.
we've been approaching it. Yeah,
Okay.
Does the
All right. I just
same
wanted to
story
make
play
sure.
out with that character gone?
yeah. So we got
Uh,
Yvonne from Shaun of the Dead. What's her face from Flight of the Navigator, and we talked about Derek in Death at a Funeral. And I
well,
don't know if there's more, but those were the ones
Wasn't
that I
there
remember.
the Megan character from Dog Soldiers?
No, she's not
we
removable. She's
we
Okay,
talked
integral.
her over. We want to rework her,
Yeah,
but not
she's
remove.
terribly written, but she is
that was it.
integral to
My
the
mistake.
story.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, gentlemen, shall I read us out?
I think so.
Yep.
All right. Thank you for listening, audience, whether it be Spotify, Anchor, Amazon, Castbox, Google Podcasts, Pocket Casts, and Samsung, or if you're on our visual side of things, be it YouTube or Rumble. Please feel to like, comment, subscribe everywhere. We had a lot of questions for you this time around. And tell us how much you hate our opinions or how much you love them. As always, I have been a geeky writer,
I'm Crimson Maroon.
And I'm Sprinks.
and we will catch you next time. Later, everybody.
Bye.
Toodaloo.